Again.
Oh wait, one sec. Up.
Oh, it's too late. They can. Now you're alive. There's no getting out of it. But Shuki, let's do our test because it's just us. Oh, there's actually javelin years. Okay. Months javelin years actually became the thing all of a sudden. I feel like we aren't seeing a lot of cow booming anymore. Holy shit. Do you play?
Yeah.
Do you play Malians or not at all?
Yeah, I played them a bit. I mean, I used to play them a lot. As you know, I haven't played too much 1v1 lately, but I played them quite a bit. But yeah, indeed, it seems like people have kind of like doing the Farimba stuff. There's been like two styles, right? The like pro scout into Farimba or the cow boom kind of thing.
Yeah, it's actually
And,
it's just so wild to see because I feel like with the Farimba we can definitely still get your cow booming up and running, but you can see the villagers here still focused on actually just eating them cows instead of putting them in farms safely and letting them just produce what they do best. Now I absolutely love this little wall here. Oh, the walls, I guess, because that is usually where people will want to poke in their face and try to find a way in. We're getting more horse archers.
yes, I'm not. I guess we kind of jumped in right in the middle, so
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to say like who is in good position and who is not in a good position right now. Looking just at numbers, it looks fairly equal, and I guess scores kind of agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, those javelin are definitely very strong, and I think yeah, indeed, people have been kind of going mass jabs and then slowly adding sofa behind it, which is a bit like how we used to do Farimba, where we did like archers and then adding sofa before. So it's kind of nice.
Honestly, it's just surprising to me that we've discovered this again after the changes, but it feels like with the Farimba, people did it for a while. I remember when at Red Bull Wololo, the first one that AoE4 was involved in, we actually saw a little bit of the Malians. They just poke their heads up, but people weren't too sure about them, and all of a sudden people started Farimba cheesing. But now the horse archers are here, and Shiki, I don't know if you've ever done this. I know you have, because I've played against your Mangadai, but that's disgusting.
Yeah, those it's really hard to play versus horse archers like on such an open map, right? They can just walk in your eco, and as we see, just one shot everything and do so much damage, and that doesn't look too good for PUPPYPAW right here.
Now, PUPPYPAW is not in a position to lose this much because that cow economy not as boomy as it wants to be, but he does have a pretty healthy number of sofas. The problem is just sofas are going to struggle actually killing these little raids that keep on coming. Now, finding Mr. Beastie out here in the middle of nowhere, that is a pretty juicy pickup though. But the question is now, is Mr. Beastie, Mr. Guide Maker, gonna be able to actually make something to shut down those sofa raids? The thing is, economically, he's in a pretty good spot. Oh my god, look at those relics. Shuki, we didn't even see the relics!
Oh yeah, I didn't see the relic. Yeah, 5
Disgusting.
That is kind of rough. And with like 24 villager kills, he's 20 villages ahead. Now Puppy has, he's got 15 cows. So that's probably worth like what, like 7 villages maybe worth of income. So it's not as bad, but that was definitely a very good raid from Beastie there.
Yeah, definitely a pretty solid pickup, but we know Malians, they're okay without the shenanigans of, how can we say? Without the shenanigans of villagers together. Sorry, my brain is still waking up because we just jumped into it, so I haven't even AoE'd my brain as hard as I wanted to. The horseman, though, taking a lot of damage, and honestly, a little bit disgusting. Because these javelins are just cranking out damage, and I don't think Beastie is in a position to actually push back on this. You see him adding knights now, but the Sofa boys do pretty well, especially with the armor upgrade they already have.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Beastie did a lot of damage with that raid, but he cannot traded army for eco, and so now the numbers are looking better army-wise for Puppy, and I guess this is kind of when Puppy has to make something happen to see if he can capitalize on those better numbers. And I mean, those jabs are like so good because they're so fast and they do so much damage, so they can kind of just kite forever like this. But this is a decent army from Beastie. That's a lot of knights.
The switch up to the knights actually did a lot of work. I honestly did not expect to see this, but it makes a lot of sense. Javelins don't do so well against cavalry, and they are definitely learning their lesson of poking the wrong horse. So these guys trying to kite and trying to let that poison do the ticking. And you can see how much damage that is doing to the knights. But the thing is, there's just so many of them and they actually need time to tick. Problem is just, it doesn't look like they one-shot, even with the poison.
No, I mean, they might one-shot, but since he had them on line formation, they were kind of spreading their damage, right? But yeah, the numbers are kind of falling a bit for Puppy, and he really needs that death ball of jabs, because the Farimba is a tempo player, right? It's you're gonna bank on those jabs kind of being able to finish the game for you, whereas the Kaboom is more of a macro play. And so if he can't finish the game now, it might get rough. But he cleans that up, and out of the sudden, that's a very good army for Puppy that's left alive.
Yeah, we can see the army value speaks for itself, and now more horse archers coming into production. We can see this is going to be a lot of riding. So I think that he's definitely going to try to pick up more of these villages, because we can see with Beastie having 33 villager kills, he's probably feeling good, but he does need to realize, okay, this could be quite tragic depending on when the other army strikes. Because PUPPYPAW decides to go across the map with all those sofas. He's actually going to struggle to find damage. I realize now Beastie has the demon walls, and getting that second TC as well does help in those villager numbers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Puppy really needs to make something happen now, or I think Beastie's eco is really going to start carrying pretty hard. So, yeah, he needs to kind of go for it, and it seems like he is going for it.
The expansion with farms definitely helps Beastie's case as well, but we see PUPPYPAW doing exactly the same. More sofas, and like you said, PUPPYPAW is going across the map. The thing is just, we've got a lot of save points. We see the wooden fortresses also getting upgraded now, and all of a sudden, now this is going to be a base trade in a way. Every single time they can, they're going to try to go in, and you can see PUPPYPAW realizes, I've lost a lot. It's time for me to do something. And now he sees that second TC2 and he realizes, hey, it's just a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, definitely. This is kind of Puppy's do or die now. Either manage to shut down Beastie's economy and finish the game, or I think he's not gonna have a good time for the rest of the game. It's definitely time to go. And I mean, you said, base trade. I think it wasn't too much of a base trade, because BC definitely is respecting the push. He has a lot of army at home. He's not just going 1-for-1, which usually when you're ahead in eco, you don't really want a base trade, because that doesn't make too much sense.
Yeah.
So Beastie, obviously being the veteran RTS player that he is, he's not gonna let his eco completely naked like this.
Exactly. See, and that's something I was also not sure about. I've like seeing Beastie go that far ahead. You usually feel like, okay, you need to be sure of this. But now with the tower being upgraded and the TC firing back as well, these guys are starting to take some pretty heavy trades, and we can see they're in the corner. There's also a little raid coming through from Beastie, but yeah, definitely pulled back from that base trade that I was suspecting to try and make things a little bit more safe. But PUPPYPAW definitely took a pretty big hit here, and we can see now that Beastie's income, in food especially, is outscaling PUPPYPAW at this point.
Yeah, and also in wood, as you can see, Puppy is not gathering a single wood right now. He's just all in on the food and gold, just to pump as many units as he can. And it looks to me like Beastie is holding this.
And Beastie held that massive army, and now the army value is a lot closer than you would want it to be. We see also Beastie changing their composition out to crossbowmen, because, with crossbowmen, you just have that answer to the sofas. Sofas, though, they have 4 legs, and crossbowmen only have 2, so this is going to cause a little bit of idle time, and even a loss or 2, but as we can see, Beastie is very far ahead, and he can actually afford to lose some of these units.
Yeah, definitely. He's now 40 villagers ahead. He's pretty much double in villages. He's got 5 relics. He has 2 TC, while Puppy is still on 1 TC. So yeah, Beastie really has taken a commanding lead in this game, I think, in the last 5 minutes.
Now, with these two facing off against one another, I can definitely see the competitive spirit here, because we have them facing off pretty soon in the EGC tournament as well. And then right after that, the LAN. I was talking to Beastie about this earlier today, about how he feels in his skill level. And he honestly didn't know. He said, I don't know where I match up. I just played against this player and I beat them. But then a week ago, I played against someone and I completely got destroyed. So I think because of the fact that not all of these players participate every single week in smaller events, they don't really know where they currently match up. But show matches like these, it does give them a little bit of that perspective.
Yeah, definitely. We're kind of in that in-between tournaments period where, some players kind of stop practicing, some others are like trying new stuff. So it's definitely not the moment where you really know where everybody stands. And especially the last tournament, we had a lot of, unexpected winners. And as we can see, BEASTY manages to close it out with his just superior economy. Puppy just taps out because he didn't manage to kill him.
That feels like such a tough spot to end on with Malians especially, but I think a lot of people would still say that the Rus is a little busted, so does it even matter at that point? They are considered one of those civilizations that you do get a free win on, and guys, I realize my WhatsApp is open, so apologies for the notifications. We'll turn those off in a second. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think matchup wise, I was hearing Marine Lord talking about it, and he was saying that Rus is like obviously really really good, but they do have a couple of tricky matchups, and I guess Mali is one of those civs that in theory can kind of hang with Rus, and so I think Puppy was probably pretty happy to manage to snipe Rus with Mali there, but Beastie kind of dodged the bullet and made Rus do the talking.
Rus, I mean, with the horse archers, you definitely have answers to open maps like that. I think a lot of the times I say like Rus loses a lot of times. A lot of the times when you do see Rus losing, it's usually because they're on a very close map and someone is playing very well in terms of defenses. So, yeah, I think we'll see now what Beastie and Puppy decide on for the next round. But while we do, I quickly wanted to look at the bracket for the qualifier up until now.
Let's end it.
So, Shuki, we gotta see what's cooking here. Now, we can see that Lucifron, he got all the way to the quarterfinals already, killed Jardy as well, and some of these quite commanding. But I do want to look at some of the lesser-known names. Now, do you remember last week with Starflock? Do you know how far Starflock made it?
Yeah, he was in the last 6 or something, no?
Last 4, actually.
Last 4.
Yeah, so Deniskaya took him down. Now, keep in mind, his highest seed did actually pull out last week. So he did get through that, but he still beat some pretty formidable players. So now that Deniskaya took him down, I think this is something to say about best of threes and why a lot of players don't enjoy best of threes. Because I don't know how it went, but that is usually a big question. Was it the best of 3, or is Deniskaya just an absolute Chad? Because we've seen some people take some pretty big games in a best of 3. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely best of threes. It's only 2 wins to win, and you can get a bit lucky with matchups, a bit of RNG on your side, and you just win the series, right? But I think also from what I've seen, it looks like in that in the top 30 to top 16 kind of player range, there's been so much variation. Like, it hasn't been as in the top 8, we kind of always see the same guys, and we've had Marine Lord and Beastie kind of like dominating for like a very long time. But in that lower pro player range, like top 16, top 30, there's been a lot of variation. Sometimes we have Valdemar makes it, we've seen Core make it, we had Mehodo make it, I think 2 tournaments ago to the top 16. I think Cat also has had a lot of very good results. I think Clash also has had some good games and some good series here and there. So yeah, it's kind of hard to say who really is better than the other. It seems that it kind of changes every tournament.
It does. The thing is, I think the top 4 stays pretty consistent quite a while.
Yeah.
But here between, I would say, maybe top 6 to top 14, they keep switching in and out. Because we saw Kill Jardy break through that top 8 barrier a few times. And I know he's been on vacation for a while, so I don't know how easy it's going to be for him to break through this one. But you guys can see that Myriad and Alyona will be next on the board, and the winner of that goes to Kiljardi. So, yeah, we are going to be catching, I see in the chat what matches will be casted tonight. We're just doing the show match between PUPPYPAW and BEASTY right now, because both of these players are going to the final event in Copenhagen. And Sass and Core, we're going to be doing right after. Sass will be seeing at the tournament as a caster as well. So we do want to introduce the faces and the players a little bit more to people so that they can hear those names and be like, isn't that the guy who did that on the ladder? Yes. So not all these games are done live. They are done throughout the week up until the round of 16. So some of these games will also be played a little bit earlier. That leaves us all the live games for the round of 8 tomorrow. So, yes. Now, let's go see.
Assassin Core, and I'm pretty excited for Assassin Core, to be honest. That's a bit of a classic matchup too. I think I said once that it was kind of like the Beastie and Marine Lord from Temu.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Assassin Core, But yeah, they're two very well-known faces from the community, and this should be a pretty good matchup.
Oh my goodness, I love that you called them the Temu version of it. Oh my gosh, come on, man.
I mean, no disrespect, Beastie and Marine Lord are really good, so
Yeah, no.
It's not too much of a diss.
We need a little bit of rivalry, right? If we don't have rivalry, where's all the fun?
Yeah, and I think they used to play a couple of grudge matches, I think I remember like a year or two ago, Beastie was organizing grudge matches between Sass and Core.
Yeah, Core and Sass have a pretty...
They were always pretty good.
Yes. Oh, that's the tough thing, I think, for a lot of these players. When you get to a point at that level, there's not a lot of people they can play against. And you don't want to do a show match between Beastie and Sass, right? But when you get people like Sass and Core, which are very close in skill level, honestly, I think for Core, this is probably a pretty good thing for his ego if he does take down some of these players, because he's not full-time. A lot of them, oh, they are. So that does hurt sometimes if you do get taken down by the likes of Core Chad in all of this. But guys, we do have our next draft as well. So let's quickly go to the pre-game. Oh, I forgot I put the setting here. So we have China versus Lancaster. Now, I don't know about you, Shuki, but I played this matchup yesterday, and I lost very, very hard. So I'm not a big fan.
What did they do to you?
I just Lancastered, and I didn't know what was next. I made my manners, and then I got mannered by yeah, unfortunately. So I learned my lesson, and I will not be overstepping again. But ladies and gents, it is time. Let us go right in to the game. All right, and that, ladies and gentlemen, will bring us to Shuki doing our beautiful introductions.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this custard game. In this beautiful show match between PUPPYPAW and Beastie Cutie.
Now, both yeah.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Shuki. Now, between these two, though, that is usually... Wait. Let me just press the button, guys. Let's see if the button... This is going to be the most important button for the day, because we're testing it. No, it's lagging. The FPS, they're all dying. Okay, we're going to be just picturing this bad boy. It actually allows it. So, we've seen Puppy. He's been cooking in a lot of these games. So, or in the scene as well. Where do you put Puppy right now?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think he underperformed a little bit in the last tournament. Was that really due to his form, or was it a bit of RNG, or just one bad day? It's hard to say. I think Puppy is obviously at this point he's a mainstay of that top 4, top 6 spot. So I can never count him out. And Beastie has been I guess a bit more inconsistent, considering he's sometimes the best, and sometimes maybe a bit maybe a tier under that, depending on how much he gets to practice. So it's kind of hard. I couldn't tell you right now who is the better player, who has the better read on the meta. I think they're probably pretty closely matched, I would guess.
Yeah, especially on maps like Excavation, for example, which is honestly, looking at this map, guys, it's a pretty wild one. We can see there are a few small golds here. I, for one, have never played on this map. But we do have some normal-sized golds in the base. We do have a few smaller ones on the sides, but it feels like there's a lot of resources out here. And it's not something we see very often on the other maps. But looking at the wood line, we've got a medium one in the base, and a one that is a little bit further away. So I can imagine that this map is pretty decent if you get rushed.
I mean, I think one of the main variation of this map is that it has a lot of point of interest. I think so. In the back of the base, you get the classic merchant camp, I think. And in front of the base, as you just highlighted, is I don't know how that one is called, actually.
Forgotten Ruins.
Oh yes, so this is the one where you have to garrison a villager inside, and it gives you stone for like 5 minutes. Yeah, 6 minutes, and then it becomes a relic. So from what I understand, I guess in this map you kind of want to play a civ that has something to do with stone early on, right? Because if you don't need stone, they're kind of useless.
And we can see that with PUPPYPAW as well. He's used this already, and you can see that stone income is looking pretty solid. Now, we'll see if Beasty does anything with that as well, because he opted to not go for this. So we can see that is very much untouched. So we're probably not going to be seeing any crazy second DCs even in the mid-game. We'll see if that pans out. But with him already getting shut down on the gold, he's not going to be able to just snack away and get that usual professional scouts and go from there. So we'll see if he's actually going to be able to do so. Just like that, he also runs out of food. So that sheep is going to be a very, very welcome set of boys to deliver. Now the Lancaster Castle is in a pretty good spot as well. And as you can see, he doesn't even need any stone just because of these guys. The Forgotten Ruins have made just enough so he can get those 3 manors. And all of a sudden, I can definitely see House of Lancaster being quite difficult to handle on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I think. I mean, I'm not sure. This is kind of a brand new map that has been appearing, I think, on the KPMM tournaments for like the last week or two. So I'm not sure how much Beasty has played this, if he's even played it at all. But yeah, I kind of like Puppy's Sith choice a bit better here. It just seems like it makes a bit more sense for the map. But I mean, China is just super versatile, and they're kind of good always, wherever, whenever. So never count them out.
Yeah, China is a civilization that usually can adjust to anything that the opponent does. But this does feel a little bit out of position, as we can see, because PUPPYPAW is utilizing this fully. We can check that income that's constantly just pouring in. Definitely gonna make this a little bit harder for Beasty to handle, because this is now just passive resources. Now we'll see if he does go for the extra upgrade, but this is now showing me that we do not know the meta at all yet. Now KP, I think he's including these maps into the draft as well, because EGC has decided to put this map in the tournament. And right now, that's what everybody's practicing for. So if you are PUPPYPAW and you have a practice partner like Wham every time, these two, they can practice very much in a silo, and nobody can know what they are planning to do. And it's the same with Lucifron and Vortex as well, right? So these two, they will probably be a lot more experienced on these types of maps, and these are the types of show matches that we need to see these things happen.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, as we said, it's still a pretty new map, and I think the meta will develop over time. And so I'm expecting obviously players to refine their strat on this map. I would imagine Byzantine probably being quite a good choice here too. Maybe Mongol as well. Getting all of that freestone as Mongol has to feel kind of nice.
There is a little bit of sacrifice though, especially at the start, considering you have to put 1 villager inside. And yes, it giving you 60 stone per minute is pretty good, considering I believe 1 villager is 40 resources a minute, right?
Yeah, 40. So I guess if you garrison 2 villages, you get 1 for free kind of thing. So it's pretty nice. Nothing
That
game breaking, I guess, but at this level, every little bit counts. So it has to feel nice for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine getting that little bit of extra stones for civilizations that utilize it could be game changing. And I see Birdie asking in the chat, Mongols, Byzantines, House of Lancaster, anything else that uses stone? Japan maybe, yes. But I'm actually wondering here if we could see some very cheeky plays on other civs that don't usually go for stone. But oh, it doesn't seem like
I mean,
PUPPYPAW was also contesting this pro scouting though.
yeah, I'm not even sure. I mean, I guess, he's securing his deer, but I mean, he's Lancaster, the map doesn't matter to him. He just makes manners and he's a happy boy. Nothing really matters, I guess.
No, nothing even matters. Manners. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Musician right here. What can I say? Now, with these two bad boys, though, they are just a statement piece. I think at this point they did their job related to killing all the deer, but they should be able to shut down a little bit of the professional scouting if Beastie does try to go that way, and it does look like that is going to be the case for him. Forgotten Ruins as well. Okay. So I'm wondering... Okay, so even if you capture it, it doesn't count for anything unless you put the villager inside of it. Oh, but PUPPYPAW has pressed the button.
That's the whole snap button. It's always so strong. That's because they just pop out there so cheap, and they give so much mobility out of nowhere because you're like camping in your base doing nothing. And then out of nowhere, there's like, 7 heavy cav. Now they're not knights. They're like not as good. They're kind of like budget knights. But they still put so much pressure, as we can see,
That was a lot of damage. And you guys can see with PUPPYPAW causing that little bit of a stir in the base, taking down an Imperial official as well. He even got to take down one of the scouts trying to professional scout. But you can see Beastie being cheeky there. He's trying to yoink some of the deer, but these bad boys, they're not in a mood for it. We see another Demilance raid coming in hot. He saves that Imperial official. And luckily for China, they can just basically stay anywhere they want. So they've got a lot of options here, and it does keep the villages very much alive.
Yeah, these Demilance, this timing is just so strong. And now he's aging up, and the beauty of these Demilance is they're just going to upgrade for free automatically. So it's really important to use them for pressure in that late feudal phase, but ideally not lose any. And just as I say that, one goes down, but he's still getting pretty good damage from them.
Yeah, these guys are doing so much work, and we see the villagers being trapped as well. Now, keep in mind, Beastie is still in Tang Dynasty as well, so this definitely does not mean anything positive for him. This is a pretty tough position to be in, because now you don't have that faster villager production, but we've got some shenanigans. Archers just poking their heads out, but now there are some lances. And these lances doing damage to the Demilances is so important for Beastie to be able to take this a little bit further. We can see Beastie floating some resources, and I'm wondering if that's going to be any dynasty to try and get himself ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm guessing, right now they probably want to be fighting for relics. And as I say that, I'm looking at the map and I'm like, where are the relics? Is there even... Because these are the ones that pop out from the merchant, from the Forgotten Ruins. So I guess there's actually no relics on this map, which I didn't know. I guess now I do.
They're the hidden relics, but that is amazing. So Forgotten Ruins, you actually need to excavate them no matter what. You're not going to get those bad boys for free. But we do see Collar of Esses coming through. And guys, once that one comes through, it's going to be very, very hard for Beastie to actually take on those head-to-head fights with lances.
Yeah, that upgrade, which gives, I think, +6 on heavy units, is just so strong that it makes those Demilances, which are kind of meh early on, it just makes them pretty good. And then the knights, just those regular knights, just become really, really good. And Beastie knows that he can't just spam lances, and we see him already starting to make crossbows there.
Yeah, Lancers will definitely not fare too well when that army gets a little bit more, you know, check or pimped out. When they have all their upgrades. Oh my goodness, I think that was the complete wrong term for that anyway. Now, oh my god! No!
Oh no,
He
not the
took
boar,
one.
not the boar. That poor villager. It
Now,
happens. It happens to the best of us.
does look like Beastie tried to yoink a few of the meats, and he did get a meat, but ooh, the scout taking the fight back to the spearmen, but they do take their villager down. It does look like it will be a little bit of a destruction, but now the knights from PUPPYPAW, these guys are going to be pretty scary. He's getting wheelbarrow now as well. You can see he's got his monastery out. These bad boys are going to go and look to take some of those excavated relics.
Yeah, and this is actually this is really good for PUPPYPAW because yeah, he's gonna be the only one with relics, it seems, because Beastie hasn't really still shown any desire to go for those forgotten runes. And Puppy having, you know, already 6 manas and a couple relics, he's gonna be in a pretty good position, I think. Because Beastie has still not gone for the Song Dynasty.
And Beastie being pretty ahead, or a little bit ahead in villages. And I'm guessing that is just because of the villagers that go garrison in here. That's actually a good question. Do you get your villager back once it's excavated?
I don't think so. I've only played them in FFA, and that was quite a while ago, so I don't really remember, but I don't think you get the villager back.
Okay. So, by the way, guys, the reference of pimping out his army comes from the MTV show Pimp My Ride. And
We don't have enough boomers here.
did you ever watch that, Chucky?
Oh yeah, of course. When I was a kid, that show was like it was I think it must have been one of the first reality TV show. No?
It was so good. Yeah, it feels like it, but it may have been some before that as well. Yeah, no, Pimp My Ride must have been up there. So, they even a UK version? Yeah, no, guys. No, he pimped out his army. Hell yeah, boys. Never mind. It makes sense in context. But look at how much damage these knights are doing to the lancers. These lancers are actually just made of paper. Although, not when they charge in on villagers. It does look like he's going to be going for a few kills, but the spearmen are standing at the ready as well.
Yeah, definitely those knights are just so strong. And to be honest, it's kind of a little bit disgusting, I think, because they already have like such great archers and some great spearmen, and they even get the best knights maybe in the game. I mean, they might not be the best, but like they're definitely up there. I don't know, man. This just feels like a bit too much. I'm not sure. But I'm a bit of a Lancaster hater.
I was gonna say, it feels like you hating. This doesn't feel like it comes from the civilization. This comes from from one rank game where you queued into Yabo, and then he just, instead of playing English, he played Lancaster. And then what?
I don't know. Can Yabo make knights? I think he only makes
longbows.
Archers,
yeah. True.
I'm not sure he unlocks the stable yet.
Oh, that man. Ooh, for those of you who don't know, Yabo is one of the regulars in AoE where we're always fighting against the longbows of sorts. But it does look like these crossbows are going to do some work. And we see a lot of monks here to the front as well. So Beastie has the monks, but he doesn't have the relics. Now that leaves me with one big question mark on my forehead, Shuki, and I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, maybe he wanted to capture the sides. Maybe he just never played this map and he was kind of surprised that there were no relics. But I mean, I don't know. You know, it's Beastie, so counting on a mistake from him is
pretty wild.
Is a bit wild, yeah. He's played this game quite a bit.
I do believe that this could be an instance of never playing the map though, but at the same time, I have seen this from him, especially on China and Zushi. He's very prone to making these so that he can go and raid with the lances, bring him back and raid again. He's very, very careful with controlling them, and I saw this earlier in a custom game as well. It feels very comfortable with these bad boys, and he doesn't overcommit. He always brings them to safety so that they can get healed up to full.
Yeah, I mean, you will get value from them anyway, right? They're like they're not that expensive, and if they can only heal one knight, they already make their value back. So so this is always going to be used for them.
Now the Hobbelars are quite interesting to me because I feel like with the Hobbelars, these units die pretty quickly to lances, so I'm pretty surprised he didn't actually just turn around and try to kill them. Obolars, actually, you guys can see they look pretty much evil. If you do see them, they look like they have like these little devil tops here as well. I'm not a big fan of the Obolars. Playing against them, playing with them, absolutely love them. These bad boys raid any army or any village and you will be in shambles. Now, the Yeoman getting summoned though, that is going to be a tough one to deal with, especially when you have this many units that are quite susceptible to those bad boys. But he is getting some rams. We'll see if these Obolars are going to find some damage. But Beastie respects it and he pulls the boys back.
Yeah, the Yeoman switch is definitely gonna be pretty scary for Beastie, and as we see with the triple ram, he's kind of trying to make something happen now, because I mean Puppy has been on 6 manas for a long time. We see that he actually got the upgrade to get the last 3 manas, so he's probably planning on adding them pretty soon. So I think economically he should be quite ahead, and Beastie kind of has to make something happen.
Exactly, and PUPPYPAW doesn't feel under pressure at all. He's sitting there in his base with his army, as you guys can see. His horses now trying to find their way out. But that's a pretty solid layout to have, to just have your army in position, ready for the game to happen. The thing is, he's got the sacred sites as well, or sacred site in this case as well. He's got 2 relics, and he probably doesn't mind just letting the Lancaster eco do the talking.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, Beastie's army is so susceptible to those yeomans. Like he's got 27 crossbows, like 3 more in queue. If Puppy manages to get a single money shot on those crossbows, it's gonna be kind of disgusting.
Yeah, these guys are quite squishy, especially when the yeomans are in big enough numbers. But you can see with those lances, he's doing exactly the same again, Shuki. He wants them to die.
I'm not sure if he wants them to die, but yeah, I mean, you know, this is what makes these players so good. It's just their ability to always be active on the map and do multiple things at once, right? This is kind of like the main difference. You know, the higher level you go, the more active players are, and having played myself against a couple of these top players is just absolute hell, because they're just constantly raiding everywhere, and the money shot comes in, but it gets a nice hit, but it doesn't destroy the entire army just yet.
Well, that is going to be on a very short cooldown, then the money shot will be ready. Again, let's quickly see what that cooldown is by switching the sides. Halfway through already. That's going to be quite difficult to handle, but now the knights at the back of Beastie's base also going to put in a little bit of pressure. And we can see now Beastie's still not in Song Dynasty. So what does the Tang Dynasty give you? Do you know?
I mean, it only gives you extra vision on your scout, as far as I know. And as we say that, the Barbican comes out, so he's going to be in Song Dynasty, but this is a pretty tricky timing, as PUPPYPAW has a pretty big army with very good numbers. And but the Nest of Bees are coming in clutch. Those hobblers are also extremely good at getting the Nest of Bees. And I'm not sure who's coming up on top, but it looks to me like Puppy's numbers are not falling too fast.
Definitely, those units of Puppy are just staying alive. They are, there's just such a big army. I cannot imagine handling that. The thing is, Beastie did feel a little bit overconfident here in moving out, I guess, or maybe it was more of a desperation play. Like, hey, I probably need to get out of my base. There's gold in the middle. Let me see what I can do. But as I have people in Twitch chat telling me, Beastie is still trying out this map. He played it against Sassy earlier for the first time and had no idea how to play it just yet. But I think in a week or 2 at the EGC event, I think most players will have this map kind of figured out. Because it's a pretty weird environment to be in, right? It's something we haven't ever faced. Understanding if it's worth it to sacrifice that villager at the start for the stone definitely leaves a pretty big question mark, because China's a civilization that loves going to TC. So I can definitely imagine China going for some pretty sneaky plays here, especially in the early game on the stone as well. But Lancaster looking pretty solid on this map.
Definitely. I mean, for the 2TC, it seems like it could be a good play too. But I mean, I think one of the issues with like the 2TC and the stone is that you get stone for 5 minutes, right? You don't get it like all at once. And when you put a second TC, you kind of just want it right away. So it kind of feels like Yeah, it's gonna help a bit to get your TC up, but then you're still gonna be getting stone for a while. So I think for Lancaster, which can kind of like slowly use that stone throughout the game and keep adding manas, I think it makes a bit more sense probably.
And Byzantines too. Oh.
Yeah, and Byzantines.
Mm.
And I guess Mongol, because with Mongol, I'm just really intrigued of what your eco would look like, because you don't get that much stone, and being able to pump so many units for free or spam outposts. I mean, I'm guessing you would just use them for the units mostly, though with the fast Imperial meta that we've had lately, it could be good too. So, I don't know. In my head, I think that's the 3 civs that we're gonna end up seeing on this map as the meta develops.
Yeah, I am actually pretty excited to see, because I was talking to Beastie about some of the viable civs and what he thought about which civs are going to be good, which civs are going to be struggling. And he was actually saying that there are very few maps that Mongol cannot play on. And I'm guessing that is due to, the fact that Mongol can utilize so much stone. But we'll see a little bit more about the map pool in a little while. Give me 1 second, I just wanted to slow it down again. I needed to catch up with the other game. So now with the amount of sheep, we'll see what this looks like. But this is a much more standard map, so we'll know what to expect. Only now PUPPYPAW is on Zushi. And when you have PUPPYPAW on Zushi, I am a little bit scared for Mr. French here. The thing is, Beastie feels very comfortable on Night Civilizations. But he said time and time again, if you just stay in your base and build an army, it feels like you cannot punish that in the current meta as much anymore.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think, these are, Beastie, as you've said, has been a bit of a French enjoyer for quite some time now. And he's been really, really good with those knights, being able to constantly raid left and right and just finding damage. But Puppy has been also a China enjoyer for quite a while. And so I'm pretty excited about this matchup, because I think it's going to be pretty good. These are two players that are just very good with these civs, and I'm expecting a pretty good game here.
I do want to comment on the spawns though. This does look like a 100% Beastie spawn actually. So if you guys can see the little layout here, that is a gold forward. That is a very forward gold. That is a stone over here. So they're definitely going to struggle, or he's definitely going to struggle to keep control of his game the moment that Zushi pushes back. If Zushi breaks him, I think it's going to be very tough for him to come back, because Zushi here, we can see, this is very protectable by one early wall and pretty good meditation garden as well. Very nice by PUPPYPAW. But it's definitely a much safer spot to be in if you are playing against the French, because you do want to have a base that is protectable, and this definitely is. Now with the woodline being on this side as well, it does make it a little bit more difficult for the knights to come in, and we know this TC hits like a bazooka, so it does make things hard. But you can see the first knight already being queued up, and we'll see if he does go to find a target.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, I think this is one of these matchups where the spawn probably matters a bit more for Puppy than it does for Beastie, because I mean, as you've said, the goal being forward for French shouldn't matter too much, at least not in the early game, because he's the one that's going to be putting pressure. He should have most of the map control. So in theory, it should be okay, but it definitely does help PUPPYPAW to have a back goal there, because it makes it that much harder for Beastie to raid. And yeah, just a little wall on that northern woodline there, and that base is gonna start to be pretty hard to raid.
Yeah, the problem with China's situation is the problem for Beastie with China's situation is they are pretty good at keeping themselves safe. With the Imperial officials being able to supervise, getting out a lot more units, it will help his case significantly. But now with the meditation garden, that is one thing we have to comment on as well. PUPPYPAW is able to get the passive resources here just because of the meditation garden. So pulls off of gold, and Beastie's first knight does not find any victims. And PUPPYPAW, being the absolute chattiest, just look at those deer being pushed. Disgusting.
Yeah, and he's still researching Pro Scout behind this. So this is just trying to, help his pro scout timing a bit more. Makes it so that his scout don't have to go too far and they're easier to defend. And yeah, that means that once he's gonna be done pro scouting, it's gonna be that much easier for him to put pressure on Beastie and maybe try to steal a bit of a hit there.
Now, Beastie's pro scout is already finished, but we can see he only has 5 scouts to go and pick these up. So definitely trying to do some work, but with PUPPYPAW's production speed and research speed, he's also joined the party. The thing is, he only has 1 scout, so this does not look like it's going to be a priority just yet. The first scout just ensuring that he can bring home safely the deer that are very close to the base already. But the knight being active ensures that he will not just be able to do this for free.
Yeah, no, those military numbers are just looking much better for PUPPYPAW. Now, obviously, you know, Beastie is making knights, so these are more expensive, and so the numbers don't tell the entire story here. But this is just to show how, you know, strong that early economy can be for sushi in China, and indeed, as you said, the being able to supervise buildings and pump units so quick is just really good.
And PUPPYPAW actually has changed his mind about just staying in the game in Feudal and letting the pro scouts do the talking. He's decided he is going straight for castle, and you guys have seen a good lancer from the legacy. The legacy boys, they write the legacies because this is absolutely so hard to handle for any player. Now, Beastie is nowhere near thinking about castle himself. We can see still 12 on wood. He probably does not expect this just yet, but when he sees this, he definitely will.
Oh yeah, that you know, being a civ like sushi, when you don't really need gold for anything. I mean, outside of, you know, the upgrades and stuff like that. But yes, when he sees like 6 or 7 on gold there, he knows exactly what's up. And that age up being slightly cheaper for sushi just really helps him all that much. And I mean, it is, you know, versus when you play versus French, if you can get a safe castle like this without being putting too much pressure, without taking damage, it's really good because it kind of unlocks the knights and kind of makes you on a bit of a more even playing field playing versus the French.
And you can see with Beastie, he knows the power of French. So with that, he's staying in Feudal, even though he knows his opponent is most likely going for castle here. You can see with the amount of spears, this does not feel like something you want to engage in. But both of these players respecting the other player's civilization. Just like you said, with French, they are just good. But Zushi as well, they do pretty well once they get time to build some units. So now the question is just, does he have enough food? It does look to be the case. The food will definitely be fruitful if he does want to make a few units. But now with the knights, PUPPYPAW is just so fast to react.
Yeah, this is the the kind of like the weak moment for PUPPYPAW. He just ages up, so he's used a lot of resources getting that age up, and that's a lot of resource that Beastie has invested in army. So this is kind of the moment for Beastie to try and punish that age up, and we'll have to see if Puppy can weather the storm here.
And you can see PUPPYPAW respects this. He's instantly putting another mill to the back here to ensure that he does not die to this, especially with the archers being able to pick things off every now and again. The thing is, these knights took a lot of damage, and if you lose one of these knights, especially when you're committing to Feudal, it snowballs pretty quickly. PUPPYPAW already has 4 lances in queue on top of the one he already has, which means that when those knight numbers get even, PUPPYPAW is going to come out ahead.
Yeah, definitely. But this is, you know, Beastie only got 1 villager killed, but he got a lot of idle time, and those Vales having to travel there in the back, and they were not gathering. So he had a bit of bank. So as you said, he pumped a couple knights already, but his eco is looking a bit rough. That those villagers are kind of like walking around a bit too much right now. So so this is a tricky situation for Puppy right now.
And walking around is fine, but walking around without wheelbarrow, that does make an impact. It feels like Beastie wants to close out this feudal aggression with siege engineering now. So with him being in this situation, he knows he needs to shut down the production. With the Imperial official observing, watching very closely, these lances are producing pretty quickly as well. all those scouts now trying to get the food to safety, and the villagers will eat safely again. But now, that's going to be a night. A very, very healthy night, set of night numbers, and we have a ram to join the party. Ram, going on in.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to see a Beastie go for a ram. Those are, we don't see too many rams at the pro level. But I guess he feels like it's his time to make something happen. He sees the eco of Puppy being in a bit in shambles, and he's trying to capitalize. But the night numbers for Puppy are starting to climb quite a bit. Though we still don't have any black or any blacksmith upgrades, obviously. So yeah, this is really, really tricky. This is the kind of position where I don't really like being. I'd rather be the one putting the pressure than taking it. To be honest, it's just much easier to play.
And you can see PUPPYPAW is trying to wait and get the right amount of units before he engages into this. But this is a pretty massive pickup because his wood is not in abundance. Now the villagers here, PUPPYPAW gets a very, very good pickup here. Even if he didn't get a lot of kills, which he did. He got a lot. We can see there's 4 dead villagers on the side of Beastie. But, oh my goodness. And that distraction, that shows you the power of being the aggressor. PUPPYPAW switched it around and went to be the aggressor himself. The knights deep diving a little bit now, and this could be quite dangerous because there's a lot of spearmen on top of them. The archer's trying to target focus, but he does not want to lose these knights because if he does, he is going to be very, very much cooked.
Yeah, definitely cooked. This is it's getting pretty wild there. I'm not exactly sure who's coming out on top. But the military numbers for Beastie are still looking very good, even though he's 1 inch below. I am not sure Puppy is able to hold this for now. This is kind of iffy, but there's still a lot of knights. I don't know what's happening, Yman.
That's 2 knights here, but the rest of them are in his base trying to defend. As we can see, the lances did some good damage there. We'll look at the villager kills in a second. But it does feel like Beastie did enough damage here, especially to the army, to get himself to castle, at least. So now, if we look at that, PUPPYPAW did kill 9, while Beastie killed 6. So PUPPYPAW should probably not feel too bad about this, but considering he's playing against French, killing 3 extra villagers might not be enough. The thing is just, PUPPYPAW is in castle, and he's very solidly in castle, while Mr. Beastie here, he is getting to under 1,000 gold onto this gold mine, and when he starts to go for castle himself, this is going to be quite hard. And you can see he's kind of stuck in feudal, just making units.
Yeah, that raid on the gold there kind of stopped Beastie from gathering gold, and that meant no more knights. That meant no castle time incoming. And he has a lot of army, but a lot of it is archer, and Puppy is just popping knights. So pretty much everything that Beastie has is countered right now by the units that Puppy is making. So I think this being a bit wild sequence ended up being pretty good for Puppy there. I think he's pretty happy with the situation.
Puppy having this many lances is going to be hard for Beastie to shut down, because when you are up against all these boys, you know it's a very mobile army. And even though Puppy doesn't have blacksmith upgrades yet, Beastie is not in a position to have enough archers to shoot these guys properly. But now the Lancer sandwich is coming, and honestly, I was hungry. But after seeing that amount of lances, I definitely don't want to be on Beastie's side here. It does feel so scary to not be able to shut down all of those. It does look like he's doubling down with another archery range. So getting enough archers, apparently, will be able to deal with these lances, but a lot of expensive knights just went down.
That sounds a bit like copium to me, to be honest. Archers are usually not too great at dealing with lances, especially when they are 1 inch down. So I think Beastie is just kind of stuck in feudal here. He has to age up, but if he stops making units, he's just gonna die. So I don't really know what the right play is here. But yeah, he's trying to play it safe and keep making units.
The problem is just because of that second gold that we talked about, the fact that it was forward, it does make it so much harder to go on the alternative resources. And exactly as predicted, the moment Puppy got control of the map, it became impossible for Beastie to actually push back.
Yeah, that was a a really good defense from PUPPYPAW there. He just managed to show us the strength of Sushi, and I mean that push from Beastie was super scary, and 99.99% of the player base would have absolutely died there. But there's a reason Puppy is such high rank.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, this shows that Poppy feels pretty confident in that Zushi timing as well. We know the Lancers have been a pretty feared unit in themselves, so pretty happy for PUPPYPAW and seeing how well he can dictate the pace of this. But it definitely feels like Zushi is in a pretty good spot regarding upgrades, regarding units, and I love to see that there's an answer to French, because I remember for a month or two, French was one of those civilizations that you were just like, oh my gosh, how do I kill him? And the answer is,
Yeah.
we have no idea.
I mean, I guess this is where we differ, right? You're a bit more of a infantry civ enjoyer, and I'm more of a knight civ enjoyer. So for me, it's more of the campy civs that I'm like, how do I deal with it? I can't do damage with my knights. And you're just like, how do I not take damage from these damn knights?
And the duality of players, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but I love that. I love the fact that we have exactly the opposite playstyles, because that's my question to you. Do you feel like the aggressive playstyle is actually rewarding for you in the current meta?
I mean, I think at our level, I think probably all the way to the top 50, I think being aggro is the easier playstyle and the easier to climb. I think having initiatives and dictating tempo is just such a great advantage. So definitely at my level, I think if you're the one putting pressure, you're usually in a good spot. It's pretty rare that like there's a pushback. It kind of feels usually like the first person to put pressure wins the game usually. So yeah, but this is the difference. Once you get to that top 50 players probably that around maybe that 2K elo mark or whatever. I think it kind of switches and the defensive playstyle probably becomes better. And we see guys like Marine Lord, that has been known to play a bit of a greedy style, and he's been winning so many tournaments because it's just so rewarding when you know how to make it work.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine this being a lot harder for us to experience. And I think that's also what brings so much into getting these top players to also cast in the games, because they really just understand exactly why these things are happening. And yeah, we'll see. Beastie definitely has been saying that the defensive playstyle feels a little bit too strong. And we saw, to be fair, PUPPYPAW was playing Zushi, but we saw with Zushi also just being able to sit back and trying to get that timing where your army is big enough. It does feel pretty hard to shut down. But now Beastie is on the civilization that is very aggressive yet again. And this is interesting to me. It does feel like he's doubling down on these very aggressive civs. So I'm pretty happy to see that. He's trying to make this work, but we'll see if that is going to be viable. Now, Order of the Dragon is a civilization we've seen not as much in the pro scene at the moment. So we'll see if this actually does the damage it needs to. Guys, let's hop on in.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I know.
No, we're on Fian Marshes, Shuki.
Oh, and is this the new? Oh, so this is the new Fian Marshes. So I don't know if you know, Yman, but Fian Marshes actually got an update. I think last week or something, and they pretty much completely transformed the map. So I think the main changes are that there's way less sheep than before. I don't know if you remember, but this map used to have like every player would have like 20 sheep. I think now it's just standard, probably around 10 sheep per player, something like that. And then the market, if you can see, there's no more corner markets. There's only one market in the middle there. So the trading meta is going to be a bit more difficult. And I think that was it. They might have done something to the pawns, but pretty minor. Globally, I think these are the main changes. And these are pretty strong because this is the main reason that this map was played, right? The trade meta was pretty strong here. So we'll see what happens now.
Yeah, it felt like the trade meta was really tough to shut down, and a lot of these as well. And you could see this initially with PUPPYPAW pulling his villagers to the middle here. I'm assuming he was gonna go for the deer, or what he thought was gonna be the deer. But he did pull them back onto the sheep, and this could have also been a new change to Fian Marshes that he was just not aware of.
Yeah, I mean that felt a bit like I think yeah, he was looking either for deer or probably for the pond, you know, to get some fish. I'm guessing that's what he was probably looking for. But then if I don't know if you've played this map because it's a custom map, but you actually don't when you spawn, you don't really know which way the map is spawning and where your opponent is. So you don't actually know where the water is when you spawn. So you kind of gamble. You kind of usually kind of gamble, and there used to be a lot of the sheep were in between you and your opponent. So you kind of had to gamble to find where your opponent was right away, and if you could find it and your opponent wouldn't, you would just get a ton of sheep for free. And yeah, so it looks to me like Puppy was kind of trying to get some food there, but he didn't. And I mean, that idle time that he got there at the beginning, that can't be good, Warman.
Yeah, it feels a little bit tough to handle, but Beastie also did not go for a very standard opening here. You can see with him getting a dock, it definitely feels a little bit strange, especially that's a pretty large investment. Now I know, yes, Japanese ships, they don't require as much wood, but you see the villager over here and you know exactly what's about to happen. He's gonna get another dock.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, this is, I guess, I mean, this is a play that we've seen in the past using the fish. It was a bit rare. People were kind of usually not fishing here. But I'm guessing now, you know, having less sheep and the trade being nerfed, I'm guessing this is the kind of play that we're gonna see more and more on this map.
Yeah, getting that early 1.5k food, I guess that is one question that people will ask how much is this worth? And with the sheep being fully extended for Beastie, I can definitely see that there might be some value to this. PUPPYPAW sees exactly what he's up against now. Mine work coming down too, and we can see he's got 6 on wood. So we're most likely going to see some pretty aggressive plays early on, but this does look like a second TC for him.
Yeah, that 2DC OTD as I think it's pretty much the play that the Canadian brothers popularized and have been they played it a couple times for the I mean they've played it a lot in the past couple months. And it seems like it's kind of like the best way to play Lancaster right now, from what I hear from the pro players. They all agree that it's Lancaster. I mean OTD. They all seem to think it's pretty strong, and the timing is usually pretty good. So yeah, this remains to be seen. I'm not exactly sure how it's gonna stack up versus the fishing here, but this has become a bit of a trademark play for them.
Now, we'll see what that income looks like, keeping in mind, it does feel pretty solid. He definitely has enough resources for now, but the thing is just, how much did this delay him, and how much is it going to take? But because now your opponent is going to be able to put down a second TC the moment you age up, or even before then. So this does feel like it still has that question mark on top of it, because you want to know, when is it paying off, and when do I need to be aggressive? But now, Beastie's on Japan. We have seen some crazy things with Japan. So I'm excited to see if Beastie actually does have the ability to shut down the second TC. It does feel like Order of the Dragon is quite susceptible to something like an aggressive play from Japan, because you've seen exactly what the Bugattis can do when they start riding at full speed towards someone's base. So this does feel like a very, very exposed TC. But it does have emergency repair. I know you love that one.
Yeah, another one of those completely balanced mechanic. But yeah, I mean it's pretty exposed, but it's got there's 1.5k food in fish right there, and there's a very nice deer pack just behind it. So you know, even though it doesn't directly defend the deer pack, it's gonna make it much harder to harass, and that much safer for Puppy. So it's pretty good. But I mean, I'm expecting Beastie to follow this up with a fast castle right away. And I mean, having that much food from the fishing, that should be a pretty strong timing for him.
The problem with the fast castle is that it feels like Order of the Dragon can respond to most units that Beastie can make. Now, if he goes for the Mounted Samurai, he is definitely gonna be able to do some damage. The question is just how much is this going to do, and is it going to be enough to shut down Puppy? Now, PUPPYPAW, he's not going to be far behind, as we can now see. He's got 6 on gold as well. So he's going to be slower, but because he doesn't get any more wood, it does feel like there's going to be a very, very specific timing where he's going to be very susceptible to this damage. Because as we can see now, Beastie is very close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've seen Puppy play this a couple times, and his castle timing is usually really, really good, even while going to TC. And as you said, you know, one of the usually Japan, when they go fast castle, they like to make cav. And the standard landmark for OTD has become that Burgrave Palace, which can very easily produce really, really good spearmen. So it kind of feels like very naturally it should be a decent position for OTD to be in.
OTD now going for an archer pretty early on, and we'll see now once these two titans clash, because a horseman directly counters spearman, but does he counter and can he take down the OTD spearman? Or spearman or archer. It does look like he has other plans though, so even getting a little bit of idle time is going to be quite valuable for Beastie here, because he wants to delay this as much as possible. But you can see those villages are made of steel, they're barely taking any damage.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm a bit surprised to see Puppy pull back so fast, because that horseman in theory should just very easily go down versus those Order of the Dragon wills. And we see kind of Puppy putting the pressure back because of all that stealth force in the middle. No one kind of saw the other unit, and he actually even gets a kill. So that's feels like a pretty good trade for Puppy.
Yeah, the idle time he got out of them. Temple of Equality, though, that's a big... what do you
I was
even
not
do?
expecting that.
Okay, now I need to read this.
That. So it's the one that makes the spicy monks. You've never played against
the
this?
bald boys. This is the bald boys.
No,
right?
it's not the bald boys. It's the other spicy ones. These ones, they what they do is they debuff the opponent's army.
Yes.
So they make it less strong, and they produce gold passively by just existing.
Oh yes. Okay, not the bald boys. That is the wrong civilization.
Yeah.
Bald boys is Zushi, guys. I lost it.
Yeah, indeed, the ball boys are Zushi. So this thing, it kind of used to be a meme. I think it's probably still half a meme. So I'm not sure how much Beastie actually believes in it, and how much that is him just wanting to trying some stuff. But it has actually got some pretty good success, just because can make so many of them, and they tank so much damage. They provide a lot of healing and a lot of debuffing. So yeah, it's a bit tricky to play against, and maybe he's doing this because of that Burgrave Palace, kind of naturally countering his knight play. I'm not exactly sure.
Now, the Burgrave Palace is going to make things a little bit easier for PUPPYPAW to contest most of what Beastie does. We see the first man-at-arm now coming through as well. Horseman being annoying, but not getting any value just yet. He will go down to this archer that shoots very, very quickly, and the arrows are massive. But now the horseman going across the map. I mean, PUPPYPAW is making crossbows, he's making men-at-arms, and even though crossbows do get countered by cavalry, it does not feel like Order of the Dragon's crossbows do, because they do stack up a little bit better, especially with a proper front line. So now he's trying to find some damage. First Mounted Samurai also in queue for Beastie right now, and it looks like those villages are all going to have a safe place to hide.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of expecting Beastie to just go kind of ham on the Mounted Samurai there, and just go mass Mounted Samurai and mass monks. But we'll see what he goes for. Oh, and just as I say that, we see him at Onamusha right there. But yeah, someone pointed in chat actually that the Buddhist monks might be pretty good versus OTD indeed, because OTD having less units, that debuff on the unit that they get makes it that much stronger. So this could actually be a 5-head play from Beastie here.
That's
Because
interesting.
the problem with the debuffing is it's kind of it's a bit awkward to use because they only debuff one unit at a time, right? So the less unit the opponent has, the easier it is to use, I guess. So it makes sense.
You see, now getting a few mounted samurai, or in queue at least, he's trying to find some damage. So now he's trying, but the thing is just, this second TC is really doing its work. And these docks, they're about to run out of pump. We can see the food sources being a little bit close to getting depleted, but he still has a little bit of time before that does go down. It does look like PUPPYPAW is going to need to run that bad boy out, and he does make it out alive. But now Beastie is looking for some damage, and we can see it feels like PUPPYPAW was out here trying to make the food work because he's kind of hungry at the moment. Oh, farm transitioning coming in.
Yeah, this is one of the, I guess, the main weakness of this playstyle from OTD, right? Is you need so much food to keep sustaining 2 town centers and making army from the Burgrave Palace at the same time. So yeah, for him, it's kind of the name of the game is keeping access to the fish there. But as you said, Beastie has been fishing for a while, and at some point, this is going to start running out. Yeah, we're still not there yet. But though I guess the first spawn is probably close to finishing right now.
It has been extended quite a while, though. I didn't expect the fishing to last almost 14 minutes in game, because it does feel like we're heading that way. 14 minutes, having that extra bit of food income definitely feels like it makes a difference. But he needs to find a way to do some damage to PUPPYPAW, because that second TC is worth so much more.
Yeah, the second TC is just gonna keep scaling forever, right? Whereas BC is a bit on a timer here. When that fish starts running out, he's gonna be left with a very, mediocre economy, and so he kind of has to make something happen now and punish the greed of PUPPYPAW right now.
Now, PUPPYPAW, ooh, that one spearman hit almost killing the Onamusha. That was pretty strong. And the outpost definitely making sure that this push is not going to be simple. Beastie losing quite a bit of HP there on some very expensive units, but it does not look like he's able to break it just yet. We see him now making towers around the map as well, not wanting to fight into these stealth forests because it does feel a little bit scary from any perspective. But the crossbow's doing so much damage, and it just feels like Beastie is not in a position to turn around and actually do something about this. That dead boar just waiting to be harvested. Harvested? Harvested. There we go. Sorry, I forgot how to speak English along the way.
It's okay, it's okay. I never learned.
Yeah, it's okay. But you speak very beautiful French, so there we go. So, Shuki,
my French is not too bad.
Could you cast this fight between this horseman in French? Okay.
In French,
in French. I just wanna make it feel like I'm transporting into a different dimension. Wait. We can follow this army. The next person they target, that tower.
Et nous avons l'armée de PUPPYPAW qui s'avance petit à petit, qui va essayer de prendre cette tour. Et on voit que ça va très bien, c'est assez rapide parce que cette armée est absolument dégoûtante de puissance et de force de torche.
That feels like a whole different reality. Oh. I've never heard you speaking French in real life, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. It does feel like I'm... Yeah, there was. So just so you guys know, Shuki and I have met in real life a few times, so now it's a whole different side to him. But the Onamushas! Go ahead.
Yeah, it's time for Beastie to go for that damage because, as we said, his eco is a bit on the timer, whereas Puppy keeps scaling and Beastie just needs to get damage. But so far, Puppy just has an answer for everything that Beastie is throwing at him. But there's something that we forgot, is that even though Beastie is on one town center, he is actually adding those monks, and those monks, they actually give you, I think, 25 gold a minute from just existing.
Oh my goodness.
It is kind of a, they are a mix of a military and an economy unit. As we can see that little gold ticking on top of them there,
But they can't heal, right?
And,
well,
they do heal, yeah. They do. They heal, they debuff, and they make gold.
They make
so
gold.
They're pretty gold. Yeah, they just make gold. They just exist and they make gold. I guess that's how. No, I was gonna make a bad joke about the church making gold, but I
But
would not
nobody
say
had to sacrifice their income to do it. So, no. It's
exactly.
understandable.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, it doesn't look like PUPPYPAW is able to get that food transition going yet. Now, he is out here on the map, which does mean he's going to be open to some raiding. And like you said, it does feel like that income is pretty, actually in Beastie's favor. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
if you just look at numbers right now, I mean, it's always a bit tricky to look at the income because maybe, you know, his villagers are moving around and so the income is not reflecting the real life. But indeed, that income is looking really spicy right now for Beastie, and especially that gold income. You know, he has a 34 monks, so 34 times 25 a minute. That's a lot of gold a minute.
Okay, I'm being said I should do the next one in Afrikaans or Serbian, guys. Aj, brate! Šta je ovo? Ovo konje je mnogo brza i ovo je mnogo težak za PUPPYPAW proba, ali ovo nije dovoljno i Beastie ima monk i monk je spremna za debuff. Da. And that's my very bad Serbian for you. I must say, that was actually pretty fun. And the spearman.
That was pretty good.
Right? I actually am surprised with myself, but look at the gold ticking as they're going down. Although I'm looking at the numbers, and the numbers, the army value does feel a little bit too hard for Beastie to take down. That tower needs to make some magic happen.
Yeah, and as you can see on the, you see on the OTD units that little thing glowing on top of their head. That's a debuff on them right now. I think that's what it is. Wait, is that what? Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Oh my god, so they're barely tickling. Okay, so these actually do have a place in the meta. We just don't know exactly what it is.
I don't. Yeah, I mean this thing has been. I think we only saw one game. It's a CSO actually beat Wham using it. And it looked absolutely disgusting when he used it. I think part of it is players not having seen it too much and maybe not knowing exactly how to play versus it. I'm not exactly sure, but I don't know. Those military numbers from Beastie don't look too good. He only has 18 Oramusha and I don't know, 18 Oramusha. PUPPYPAW has 21 archers. I don't know, man. I'm a bit scared for Puppy right now. I'm a bit scared for Puppy. For
Beastie, yeah. It feels like if Beastie can let that economy do the talking, then it might be good, because he is floating a lot of resources. But PUPPYPAW, he's got one thing in mind, and that thing is shutdown. Shutdown and death, actually. So two things on his mind. So he's going for outposts, and when a man starts going for outposts, he is out to kill you. Now, Beastie, he's just getting more and more Buddhist monks, and while you guys might be thinking, okay, well, his military is pretty good, 31 of that is a bunch of gold-generating monks running around, so this is not a one-to-one match upcoming at all. He's now getting those outposts reinforced because he knows it's about to go down.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared for Beastie here because that army from PUPPYPAW is looking super scary. That's 114 military units. I don't know. That seems like a big number to me, Warren.
Oh, Shuki, I don't do math really well, but I think you're right. It does look like the Buddhist monks are screaming to the skies, debuffing everything they come into contact with, but the samurais are getting on top. The problem is the spearmen are going to be extra spicy against those. Now, with these samurais, they are going to be able to get on top of the archers, but the problem is there's a lot of crossbows, and even if you get on top, things get a little frisky, because these Onamushas, they're trying to snipe, but at the same time, there are these very, very AK-47 archers just flying back down towards them. And the monks, they're still looking pretty healthy. Oh my goodness, 31 of them.
Yeah, actually, the numbers from Puppy are falling. He was at 114, he's only at 80 now, and the numbers from Beastie are still staying pretty high. Now, I'm not exactly sure. I think a lot of it, like Puppy has been doing a good job focusing the military units and kind of ignoring the monks. But this seems like he just held it pretty well right there, because now the numbers are equal. So excellent hold from Beastie, and we actually see, the strength of those monks just being there and soaking up so much damage.
And
debuffing the enemy, giving some heal, a bit of everything, and Beastie just holds.
He holds and he can push back now. This looks a little bit tough now because PUPPYPAW, he's constantly making prelates. And these prelates are dying as quickly as they come out because they're rallied right into Beastie to try and heal up those units and inspire them as well. These guys, being the most inspired warriors in all of the land, they are now going to be faced against these Onomushas. And the Onomushas, they're doing pretty well at this whole kiting thing. And even though they're not able to one-shot these yet, they are kind of getting there.
Yeah, this was an insane engagement, to be honest. I really thought Beastie was just gonna die right there. But the monks prevail. Yeah, this is just really strong.
I'm a little bit concerned here for PUPPYPAW. Because now, yes, he's lost some of these as well, and he's going to be losing maybe some of these villagers. But he still doesn't have that food transition, and it doesn't feel like he can actually replace the things he loses. While Beastie, on the other hand, he's okay with this. He's even okay with losing a few of these units. But the monks standing at the front line, we can see 1,800 gold per minute, sniping down everything. Prelates are being left to their own devices because he knows he's just going to pick those up later. Now, being the front lines, and it feels like these AK-47 archers are just not able to kill this massive army.
Yeah, I mean that was, you know, Puppy is, you know, in all that push with close to 120 military units he had, that was pretty much all of the food of the map that was in that army, and that just didn't work, and now he's in a bit of a scary predicament.
Now the question is Beastie going to be able to close this out? And he says yes, he's actually going for siege engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, Beastie with siege. He wants to be aggressive. Wonderful. But the army value kind of speaks for itself right now, right? So even though PUPPYPAW technically does have a bigger army, he's not able to shut down these monks. Oh my goodness, they are disgusting. Oh my god.
No, I don't know how Puppy gets out of this. This is just looking very rough for him right now.
And it looks like 6 villages will be going down for him. He's got a lot more laying around, so he's probably not too upset about losing these. But look at these monks. They are just healing every bit of damage coming from these towers. And this is going to slowly creep to the base more and more. Now, it looks like the prelates want to have a last word, do their prayers, as their poor little allies are going to be burned to death inside those towers. 25 gold ticking as they do. And unfortunately, this push, it might be looking straight towards the second TC after that. The thing is, there's a lot of open spots here, and Puppy realizes this. So getting a tower on this goal, or tower, a keep on this gold, is definitely going to help.
Yeah, definitely. That's gonna be a very key area for Puppy to hold. That he's gonna need that gold, even though he's, you know, floating some gold, but he absolutely needs it. And meanwhile, Beastie has those beautiful monks just creating gold out of thin air for him. So, so yeah, it's kind of funny because it's a bit of an infinite money glitch, because the monks, they cost gold, but they generate gold. So like, you know, they kind of just pay for themselves.
Yeah, they just need 4 minutes or 3 and a bit to pay all for themselves. And after that, they are just an actual gold farm. Wonderful. It's just so disgusting. Oh my goodness, especially when you run out of... I was going to say when you run out of gold on the map, but at the same time, this is, you can build it like a second TC, right? They're not going to generate as much as a villager would, but pretty close, and you can run them around. They don't actually have idle time.
Yeah, definitely, and they give you, you know, extra utility from a villager, right? They can heal, they can debuff, they can get relics, they can capture sacred sites. So, you know, it's definitely a trade-off. But PUPPYPAW getting the elves back right now in the middle of his farm, that's gonna make the farm obviously really hard to contest for Beastie. And I don't know. I think Beastie kind of wants to try to end the game pretty soon. But yeah, I don't know who's got the upper hand at this point. I really don't.
It feels like with PUPPYPAW only having 1 relic, he is going to start struggling as time goes on. He does still have a very healthy gold in the middle. And anyone who plays this video game will tell you that's a lot of gold. But the problem is, that's only a lot of gold if you are not expecting to have very long fights. And from what I can see on BC's side, he's not running out of resources anytime soon. This does not feel like he is going to have any problem keeping these extended fights going. Now, he does see over here that everyone is on the gold. So now, with his units, getting a little bit of a counter raid done is not going to be that difficult, knowing the army is just chasing him around. The thing is, he needs to kill villagers from PUPPYPAW. Otherwise, PUPPYPAW is just going to be slightly ahead as time goes on. But I say that without considering, yeah, he's got infinite gold, like you said. It's just hard to predict from there.
Yeah, gold is definitely going to be the name of the game right now, as the both players are in Imperial, and they're gonna be needing a lot of gold for all the upgrades and those expensive units that they want to use. And Beasty, he's not gonna have much gold issue.
Beasty is still having a big gold on his side of the map as well, and a small gold, and another small gold. So he definitely does not mind waiting this one out. But now a lot of towers is here as well. And this is probably your best bet as Japanese, because with your keeps you have that a single shot. And it just doesn't feel like it can deal with a very limited army like that so well. But these towers, individual shots onto many units. And the boys are here. They're ready to heal up. The Buddhist monks screaming towards the skies. And the army from Puppy is not looking as scary.
Yeah, can we zoom in a bit of those monks? I don't really know what they look like from a bit closer. They look kind of funny. They have a cute hat.
They have the coolest hat. Oh my goodness. Beastie, could you show us their faces? Oh my god, they're kind of shy. Yeah, they are kind of shy, but look how much they're healing. Beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah. Be healthy, young one.
I really like the way most units look in Imperial. Like, look at those mounted samurai. They look so damn scary.
Imagine that thing showing up. Oh my god, look at that hat.
Yeah, they're pretty scary. They're really beautiful units, to be honest. Quite nice unit design there.
By the way, I met a woman today in her restaurant. Her kid was playing a game, and they saw my shirt and they asked about it. And she was like, "Do you cosplay?" And she's like, "I'm a costume maker." And I was like, "Oh my god," because I think she's in a like early 50s maybe. And I was like, "Oh my goodness, this is so kind of cute." So I thought of those hats when you said they have cool hats, and I'm like, we could cosplay that.
Oh, are you gonna cosplay as a Buddhist monk?
Yes. I'm gonna give myself a nice round hat one. Oh, okay, never mind. That's like a little... that's a very complicated hat, never mind. But the Castle of the Crow firing now on his very limited army, and it feels like it doesn't matter what PUPPYPAW does. Those archers, they may be shooting AK-47s, but they need bazookas for this. Because these guys are just melting through them. And now, even the outpost getting, ooh, disgusting. More.
Yeah, I don't know how Puppy is supposed to go through this army. This kind of feels like a impossible death bowl. I think, you know, maybe like a ton of mangonels or sprinkles, you know, trying to get like a very big shot in the middle of that mass. But otherwise, I don't know. It just doesn't really feel like he's got any answer for it.
I think Beastie just got the first boiling oil in the last 20 days on ladder. What just happened? People haven't been going for boiling oil, by the way, guys. It's been so strange to see. There's a Warlock coming out, Beastie screaming to the skies, but just to keep him busy as he's cleaning up that army. Now PUPPYPAW is split a little bit and trying to get a little bit of the towers down here, but at the same time, getting a decap on that sacred site. And I think he realizes this is critical for him. And you can see Beastie trying to hold it as well. He realizes what this is. He just needs to keep making Puppy bleed. So he keeps screaming, and it looks like those Yumis are actually going to be doing pretty well against the archers of PUPPYPAW. But it does look like PUPPYPAW might be able to decap this. Beastie says no, the army is rotating, and it still has a few seconds before this will go down. But it does look like PUPPYPAW will get that decap, but the cost is very high.
Actually, it's still like 1 second or 2 seconds away from decapping, and Beastie actually shows up right on time there. So, and I mean, that death ball is still scary. Those monks are just not going down.
Okay, I think I just cursed poor PUPPYPAW. I should apologize, because oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's the caster curse.
Yeah, I shouldn't have called it, guys. Oh, look at that sacred site. That thing's taking for another 5.5 minutes, and PUPPYPAW knows he's on borrowed time.
Yeah, I don't know what Puppy is supposed to do. This is, I mean, technically their army does nothing, you know. It just looks big, but and it doesn't really have much DPS, but
it does have some
but
villages.
It just won't die. It just doesn't die.
That is actually just 12. That's just 12 Yumis. And like a handful of other things. Oh my goodness, you're right. That actually is a non-existent army. It's just a bunch of... Oh no. Oh
He's
no,
got
Poppy.
65 monks.
Poppy,
Ay,
girl.
ay, ay.
You gotta pull back, sir. He about to bust. Oh my goodness, the boys are coming. Never mind, rock's fully loaded. They run a little bit slow. But look at that gold income. I want to see how many 0 in gold. And he has... yeah, that's...
3 relics. I mean, he's got 3 relics, 2
Yes.
sacred sites, so...
So it's definitely like not broken, right?
Or... Yeah, no, it's perfectly balanced, like everything else in this game.
Oh my goodness. Let's see what these... Oh no, the poor Culverin. He was trying to talk about his day to the tower, and apparently the story wasn't appreciated because the mounted samurais are going right for it. The mangonels, being completely in a different control group, they are moving forward slowly while the horses are running freely. Now, Poppy is on a smaller gold vein, and that is after depleting that massive one we talked about earlier. Beasty? Oh my goodness, he's touching gold. It's like touching grass, but only...
Yeah, Beastie now, you know, this is kind of this is the very scary part of the game. I mean, everything's been scary, but now that there's really no more gold on the map, I mean, there's only a tiny little gold left there, and it's gonna be really hard to get for Puppy, because it's right in front of the sacred site. So now Puppy is kind of gonna be stuck having to make only trash units, and Beastie, he's just he just has the power of the church there, giving him infinite gold. So he's just chilling.
You spec into churching, yeah. Prayers, good vibes and prayers, guys. That's what this army is made of.
Exactly, thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, and thoughts and prayers and good vibes and no military units. He's got some rams, boys. Look at that. That is 8 Yumis, a handful of samurais, and a dead army at that. The priests, or the monks, are running to the front lines, not caring about things. They've got prayers keeping them alive, but the Culverins are doing pretty well here. And Beastie is very far from max pop at the moment. He's switching into more samurais, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's just swimming in gold, and I feel like at some point he's going to be able to maybe switch out a bunch of these monks for a lot of mounted samurai, and it's gonna get really scary for PUPPYPAW.
Yeah, because this was a functional army for now, but it won't be functioning for too much longer, because now the function has been done. There are upgrades, every upgrade he's needed. I don't know if he's got the university upgrades. Ah, there we go. They're coming in hot, boys. So once these come up, I can definitely see him doing a little bit of a deeper switch as well. He's still got 37 of those, but the Culverins, they're coming in hot and they're trying to take down what they can, but PUPPYPAW only has 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is kind of do or die for PUPPYPAW, and I'm not sure if he can do it. Oh, and there's also actually an interesting mechanic with those bonks. Is, from what I understand, the Wololo cooldown is per monk and not per relic. So you can actually spam Wololos with just a single relic.
Oh.
And yeah, as we say, I think that's just what he's going to be doing. And Puppy just taps out. The power of the monk is too strong.
So, Japan, I know you guys are like, oh wow, Japan has been so one-dimensional recently. I'm joking, of course. Japan has had so many options, and I think we just got to see another one. That is a very, very tough thing to play against. Because I think if you and I see that on ladder, we might just be panicking and, you know, decide to go into the next game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, briefly, I don't know. I mean, I think Siege, but I don't know. I mean, Puppy knows this game way more than me, and he didn't really go for Siege, so I don't know. But I would guess, yeah, a ton of Siege, because you kind of just need to do a lot of splash damage, because if you just chip away a little bit, you just overheal. They just heal all of the damage that you do, right? So I don't know, and I'm not sure if they actually debuff Siege. Do they debuff? Maybe chat can help us if they only debuff Siege units, or if Siege are part of it too. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, let's see. When Wham and Mog stream, come on guys, we're not that toxic. I would never do that. I would never do that. Oh my god, what the hell? Would you go
You
for
would be
monks?
a great monk all-in.
I would love to
I
do
mean,
monks.
I've played it once in a team game. It was kind of fun.
And
It was kind of fun.
it does sound a little bit disgusting though. Oh,
Yeah, and I think no one really knows how to play against it because it's still so niche. And but it's been happening a bit on ladder. I mean, CSO beat Wham with it last tournament, and after that, I guess a lot of people kind of picked it up. But yeah, it's definitely not bad, right? As we see, Wham lost to it. Now Puppy lost to it. This is definitely viable.
and honestly, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the ladder to be plagued by this, because this is the kind of thing that happens, guys. We just saw Beastie doing something like that. Now imagine what that looks like in 2 weeks in your ladder game. Coming to a ladder game near you, monks.
70 monks coming to a ladder game near you.
Oh, don't say it like that. Oh, I can just imagine. This is the easiest type of villager that you can just kill off once you have enough. And once they've healed up and you get ready for that final push. Ooh. And you can just debuff. Ooh. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm excited. I actually have an answer against Order of the Dragon. Thank you.
And they make resources to kind of reproduce themselves, right? Because they cost gold, they make gold. So even if you lose them, it doesn't matter. You just make more.
I wonder, they probably still gather gold if they're inside the TC as well. So why? Okay, I see why people go for the other landmark, because obviously it increases the speed, but at the same time, this landmark actually has a very interesting point now. I don't think it's been utilized enough for us to really see the power of it. So I'm a little bit excited. I do think we have the next matchup. Oh, there we go. We do have the next matchup. We have Delhi versus Byzantines. Now,
Yeah.
when I talked to Beastie about Delhi, he told me that Delhi is not in the greatest spot right now on all the maps. Some of the maps it's still doing fine. But I'm wondering if this is actually one of them. Because now with Byzantines, they're in a pretty good spot, right? Because they also don't just have that one-dimensional play. We've been seeing people go for horses. We have not just been seeing the good old oil mechanics sit back, relax, and let the units pump out. We've been seeing some actual production. So, as someone who also doesn't like Byzantines, how do you feel about Delhi versus Byzantines?
I mean, I've played this matchup quite a bit as Delhi, and I've always hated it. It just felt like there was absolutely nothing I could do because their units are better, their eco is better, and so it's just like I don't know. And I'm pretty sure at the high level,
Yes.
it's the same from what I gather. I think people really don't like this matchup for Delhi. This is Dry River though, I think, right? The map. Yeah, and so Dry River has a bit of fish. It's also kind of like the Fian Marsh that we saw that has a small ponds here and there. So possibly we're gonna see Beastie. Yeah, and we see a villager walk right away. So Beastie is going to dock. I don't really expect Puppy to dock. So maybe that extra eco from the fishing is gonna help Delhi, feel a bit better versus Byzantine. That remains to be seen.
Now, getting that food eco quite early on, we saw Beastie being very comfortable with that last game and the constant expansion. Now, the difference is here, he's playing against a civilization that has a very, very strong, booming ability. But at the same time, it can not just boom, it can also just pump out units so quickly. So how a lot of people have been trying to handle Delhi is by actually just being more aggressive than them. And I feel that Byzantines has that ability too, because if you think about this civilization with all their beautiful cisterns, they're just going to have a pretty good economy to make, horses against your horses. But at the same time now, Beastie is offsetting this by getting that early dock. So now if PUPPYPAW goes for the normal age up, like as I say normal guys, I mean Grand Winery, it does allow for Beastie to capitalize on those resources in the ponds. But if faced against an Imperial Hippodrome, I think this is going to be a lot harder for Beastie, because those horses can actually hit where it hurts at a timing a Beastie cannot manage.
Yeah, but I'm not expecting Puppy to go with the Imperial Hippodrome there. I would be quite surprised. I'm guessing he's just gonna go for the winery, the standard play. Yeah, I think this matchup is good for Puppy. So I don't think he's gonna try anything weird. It's kind of more on Beastie to try and make the game a bit weird to turn the matchup on its head. And yeah, I mean the fish, should help a bit. It's definitely makes it different than playing on Dry Arabia. But at the same time, that fish, while it's gonna boost Beastie's economy, it also kind of makes his tempo a bit worse. And that means that Puppy gets to also play this maybe greedier than he would and have those cisterns up even faster than maybe he would in a normal game.
Now, just as we were mentioning about the cisterns, the fact that Beastie is Delhi, I mean, at the same time, he's allowing his opponent to boom in the same manner, right? No, without the manners. But if he can get a Ghazi Raider pretty early on because of the age up timing, that it might be, I was going to say, might be quite similar, but I just realized this man, and guys, I'm speeding through the early ones so we can actually get to the live game, because it's not far off. But Beastie is investing in yet another dock instead of the age up. So this is quite greedy from Beastie, because now he's just giving PUPPYPAW the time to get that third cistern built up, and PUPPYPAW doesn't look like he's slowing down at all.
No, I think if I'm Puppy, I would, that's probably how I would approach this too. I'm like, okay, Delhi is gonna be booming a bit harder. I'm just gonna boom too, and we'll see who's got the better eco in 5 minutes.
And
to be honest, I don't really know. Who's gonna have the better eco. In a normal game, I think Biz eco is just way better than Delhi, but with the fish, who knows?
It does change the game up a little bit. And we see Dome of the Faith also coming, so it's not going to be that feudal push through Delhi that we have been facing every now and again when someone whips out the Tower of Victory in public. PUPPYPAW, he is just not pulling off of the stone though. He still has one village over here, which means that fourth cistern is going to be coming in hot pretty soon. Right here. And he puts it down on the berry, so that's going to be a solid number 4. And that's going to be a very boosted berry bush. Now, he doesn't have a production building yet, though.
No, and he goes for mercenary house first, which is interesting. I guess this is also one of the, variations. Him having a bit more time because Beastie is delayed by his fish opening. It allows him to just play this a bit more greedy. I think in a normal game he probably would be making a limiter nail already because there would be Ghazi on the field. But considering there's no military on the field yet, he can just chill and he doesn't have to rush any military yet.
The problem is,
and also one thing that is a bit annoying with the one thing that can be really good against the fish is actually the longbows. The longbows are really good at sniping ships. So and as I say that, he just cues the longbows. Damn, I'm good at what I'm doing.
Yo, it's like you have game knowledge. Maybe you should try a rank game every now and again. Damn, Shuki. Damn.
Maybe I should. I just wanna leave hope for the others. I don't wanna take all the elo for myself.
Yeah, number 1 Belgian player out there, right?
Actually not.
Oh, I'm sorry. How the mighty have
Maybe in
fallen.
4v4. Maybe in 4v4.
So you're not getting carried. That's what you're saying.
Right now, I might be getting carried a bit. I've been playing with Myriad a bit, Myriad and Cow, and they're a bit better than me, especially Myriad.
Oh, don't worry, we're all there.
Yeah.
Ooh, but if Beastie losing that scout in this position does feel a little tough right now. We can see now Beastie also getting his Ghazi, but it does feel like he was quite a greedy goose.
This was really greedy. Yeah, it's really he doesn't even have a single military units on the field, and I mean the fishing ships from Delhi, they have this particularity that they can actually shoot back. So you know, it's not too bad, but yeah, you can see the longbows just cross the map, and he has to garrison everything right away because they can just kill everything.
Now these villagers have the fast shoes on very nicely, getting out alive.
Wow. I can't believe Puppy let that go.
PUPPYPAW probably.
Wait, he had 4 garrison spots? What? Oh, but I guess because there's one for the wait, how are they called? The scholar. The scholar.
No, but those are 4 fishing ships. Oh, yeah. So they
Yeah, but
added
I
an
guess
extra
because
slot.
there's an extra one. There's an extra one for the scholar. So I guess it also works for a fishing ship. I had no idea.
Same.
I had no idea.
And this is why we do this, so we can finally figure out how to play this video game. Now, it does look like this doc is not going to get a military ship to join the party, though. Beastie is spending every single bit he can on archers. Now, he's got a few Ghazis in here as well. We see, ooh, and the Ghazis are doing a little bit of firing. They're going straight into the eco, but the thing is, they can go down. He does get a longbow or 2 as a victim, but this is still a pretty scary army to handle. The fishing ships are coming in and out. They do fire back, and it does look like Beastie is using them as his army. But without a military ship, this is going to go down so quickly, and it does look like that is going to be the case. He pulls out the fishing ships, trying to get a little bit of damage on this army, but he has 2 more docks, and is probably pretty okay if one of these go down. But it still feels like PUPPYPAW is sitting back, relaxing, and letting that Byzantine eco just tick.
Yeah, he still hasn't gotten his fifth cistern. He does have the stone, so probably just a matter of time until he drops it. But yeah, that Biz eco is just really, really good. But Beastie has he's got 2 extra pawns, so that's you know, 8 fishing ships that are working for him. So I don't know. I'm not sure who's got the better eco right now, but I would guess it's probably kind of equal.
It's equal, and also for a little while still. We see a little bit of the berries here, and the next berry bush is going to be under siege pretty soon. But now, PUPPYPAW is going where it hurts. That's for Beastie's food. So Beastie now, the thing is, he hasn't really touched his other food either. Like, he's got a few villagers on here, but they've gotten their food lifetime extended just because of these fishing ships. Now, he does finally go for the Dao on this side, and would probably go for another one on this side to ensure that he can keep this up for a little bit longer. It does feel like the Dao did take his time though, and this might still go down, but he will do some damage to these units here.
Yeah, I don't think Puppy has anything to kill the Dao there, because they're pretty resistant to the arrows.
And it does look like Beastie is attacking on the other front as well, trying to keep those boys safe. The Dao does come out, but he will be going down if Beastie doesn't realize this pretty soon. He does pull it back. The fishing ship's on position to heal it, and it survives just in time.
Yeah, that Dao is getting really good value. It killed a bunch of units, and all of these units are low HP now. Now, the entire dock is idle, so that's, you know, four fishing ships that are not working anymore. But that was pretty good value from that, though, I think.
Yeah, getting the fishing ships in position for a little bit more of an eco, definitely not a bad situation. I think, can fishing ships also drop off at the mill? Or was that just a strange interaction for a while?
Yeah, no, I think they still can. I think they still can. It's a bit annoying because you have to do it manually, though.
Oh,
so,
okay.
It does require like a bunch of micro.
Okay, so those fishing ships there right now just patrolling, ready to fire at anyone who comes close. But Beastie needs to be careful, because this army might seem like Beastie's in the lead, but he still has 10 scholars instead of army units here. So with the amount of archers, though, he is looking to take this fight, and does look like he is going to be trading pretty well. The problem is the Ghazis are being impaled very, very fast. Scholars are doing their best at healing. He pulls a few more scholars to do so, but it does look like that Ghazi army took a significant hit. The thing is, it's still a pretty solid one. He does try to micro, and he gets a few of these spearmen. The scholars doing their best at healing each other up too, but the longbows are snacking away. Now, it does look like Beastie is going to come out ahead, and with the amount of scholars he has here, he definitely took this fight as well as he could.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight from Beastie. The numbers were looking super scary for him for a while, because as you said, it's 10 colors, and Also, I think the fishing ships from Delhi still count as military in the graph. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they do.
They
So
do.
indeed, those military numbers are very misleading. But still, I mean, that fight was really good. He held that push. He held that push really well.
Now we can't see that villager split. Beastie has put 3 of these guys onto gold. Now with the sacred sites being a little bit in danger of just existence, it's not something that you want to let go untouched. PUPPYPAW not decapping them just yet. Beastie's still going for the next sacred site. And the dock isn't being rebuilt just yet. So I think Beastie is also respecting the fact that his opponent has a very mobile army and he just cannot run right across the map like that.
Yes, indeed. And I see a little village. I think there's a little yellow dot walking at the bottom there. Oh no, okay, it's the
Yes,
scholar.
the little
I thought it was
prelate.
villager.
I forgot this block on the screen. Sorry, guys. That's the ADHD for you.
Too much technology.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just like sitting with my back to the other computer where we would actually see those happening. So, I'm getting too comfortable, Shuki.
And you bring it right back. All right.
We bring it right back.
That is
Those
the
horses.
ADHD talking again.
Now, Beastie is actually trying to be a little bit aggressive, forcing moves out, but we can see those horses trying their best as well. Now, with the amount of horses that PUPPYPAW has, he can still keep this going because we see the Ghazi Raider numbers have stopped, and the reason I'm putting it on villages instead of income per minute is so we can see Beastie re-rallying his units. Now Siege Engineering being queued up next. I want to see if it's double blacksmith. No, it's a single one. He stayed in Feudal so long he got all his upgrades. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much in the siege engineering. It's just free Delhi things that it's just being researched now that everything else is researched. But indeed, he should be getting to castle very very soon. And the thing with Byzantine is he kind of used all those berries, and he had his mercenaries very early on, and he couldn't really find find too much damage with them. And now replenishing the numbers are gonna be a bit harder until you have a farm transition. So yeah, I think BC is not too bad, but as I say this, there's a pretty decent trade from PUPPYPAW there, and I guess PUPPYPAW has to smell that something is fishy here, with no bad puns intended.
Now, PUPPYPAW actually coming a little bit deeper to understand, okay, where do I need to do damage? And when he sees the House of Learning, he's going to know this is his moment to attack. Now, the Ghazi Raiders are on the backline here. Beastie is trying to delay PUPPYPAW's push as much as he can by just pushing him off himself. Now, House of Learning is about to pop, but this does mean that the upgrades are going to take a little while. We'll see how quickly those scholars make it happen. So, with the amount of archers he has, he should be able to hold it. He just needs 1 full minute.
Yes, and again, the numbers are, a bit scary because, in those 41 units, there's actually 20 of them that are not really military. But we know how strong Delhi can be in the Castle Age. And I'm not sure how fast Puppy is gonna look to join him, or if he's gonna look to join him at all.
Looking for some damage at the back there. He is burning down some buildings as fast as he can, but the problem is he needs to find actual damage. He hasn't scouted that there is a little berry shenanigan going on here, but Beastie's army is quite thin still. That's still a lot of archers and not a lot of anything else. So in this position, you gotta ask yourself, when are we getting elephants?
Oh, I'm guessing we're gonna get them pretty soon. His eco is pretty much only food and gold right now, so I'm pretty sure he's just waiting for that gold to tick up so he can make a couple elephants.
And now he's got the upgrades. PUPPYPAW is pulling back, and he's going to go for Castle Age himself, which means this is still going to take an extra while longer. He's trying to shut down all these boats just waddling around on the water, and it does look like he's going to be able to do so. Beastie right now not paying attention to this because he's most likely going to be cooking something else. And with the amount of archers we see, that is going to be, I was going to say aggression, but no, those are just putting up some walls.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Beastie's plan is going to be here. I mean, as we've said, Puppy has kind of used up all of the food on the map. I mean, he still has the deer and he took the boar there, which is obviously really good. But you know, for Byzantine, it's the berries is kind of what you want, and so his eco should slow down a bit right now, I think. So, and I know that Beastie usually kind of likes that fast Imperial. I mean, maybe not fast Imperial, but getting to Imperial pretty quick. And I mean, his resources are pretty high still, and that macro is looking very sus to me. That
Yeah.
looked very Imperially to me. I'm not sure. Either that or elephants. And he has like one elephant on the field and two more coming. But
Yeah.
that macro is still sus.
That is a very, very fast Imperial sus type of macro, you're right. The thing is, the gold is running out, so he's gonna need to go out on the map as well. And unfortunately, those golds are gonna be a little bit exposed for now, but with the elephants that he has in his pocket, he's most likely gonna be able to do something about that. He does get not enough gold for the age up though, so I would not be surprised if he pulls something. Oh, he was actually pulling something back already. I think he cancelled one. No, he didn't. He just didn't have enough gold. Poor man. Barely getting there. Now...
But he has 2 relics, so he will have the 1200 necessary for Imperial coming. And now rushing for stone, so it's gonna be a keep to cover for the Imperial. And indeed, you know, the lack of gold might be a bit annoying, but it's one of the beautiful things of playing Delhi is you get all of your upgrades for free, so you still get a lot of value from the Imperial Age, even if you don't have any gold at all.
And it is time for us to click up to Imperial Age, but we'll see what Beastie goes with. Palace of the Sultan, what a big surprise to get those free elephants. These 5 little villages might be paying the price for being this far out, but the archers don't want to be moving out or taking any chances. Right now, PUPPYPAW, and I want to keep this macro up here so we can see exactly what they're planning here. Oh my goodness, the scholar is feeling so fruity. He's running all the way inside the base for the relic. He's like, I need the gold.
That was not gonna work. But yeah, I mean, you know, not having gold means no more elephants coming. But if he's able to get all the upgrades, he's gonna be. Oh, that is scary. That is very scary. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no, women. Oh.
Oh good god. I heard Beastie yelling in the background. I was like, woo-hoo-hoo! And I knew something happened. Oh my god. PUPPYPAW just handing him some longbows to make that Imperial Age a little bit smoother. Exactly 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
Disgusting.
That was pretty disgusting. This has got to be super tilting for PUPPYPAW. Yeah, this is you don't want to be losing a game like this.
Oh, that felt so crazy. I just wanted to check. Oh, PUPPYPAW with all those resources gathered. Look at that Byzantines economy. My goodness. Just wanted to check.
And that's with Delhi having a bunch of fishing on top, right? So imagine a normal game. A normal game just feels absolutely cursed.
I cannot believe it. It doesn't look like the military had kicked in by that point when he got the Wololo off, unfortunately. Oh, it might be because they're olive oil units as well. Most of them were. Oh my god.
I think that I don't think the graphs pick up the Wololo super well. They take a bit of time, I think. But
Guys.
yeah, that was a bit disgusting. I heard a bit of a yell in the background. I think Beastie would have liked that one.
So you guys all heard Beastie yelling. Okay, that's good. So we all experienced that live. Disgusting. I feel so bad. Last week when we had the tournament, I missed a Wololo because Crackety was like, oh, that's a distraction Wololo. So I didn't even go for the Wololo as the observer. And guys, that's what happened with picture-in-picture. Apologies. I keep forgetting because there's a lot of screens that I need to be watching and I need to mount one of the screens so I can actually see what the picture looks like. Because right now it's hidden behind my big microphone and 500 books as well. So... yes, I will forget it. So just put it in Twitch chat when I forget the button so I can press the button right after. So, yes, it does look like Beastie and PUPPYPAW have a best of 7 though, so there's still more to go.
Oh, we thought this was gonna be
I thought it was best of 5.
That was quite the ending though. I hadn't seen a Wololo this big in a very long time. That must have felt really good.
Oh gosh, that felt so disgusting to watch IRL. I guess now the big question is going to be, what does PUPPYPAW do on Mongols? Is he gonna give Beastie a taste of that fast imp medicine, or is he just gonna do that little bit of aggression? Oh no, we see the map, guys. We've seen a lot of fast Imperial Mongols on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's been especially on the Four Lakes one, right? Which is a bit similar to this one. I think the fish is a bit more exposed on this map, so I think it's not as easy to be a greedy goose and just not make any units and go to Imperial. I guess it's a bit easier to punish. So I'm not too sure, but I mean, Puppy has been playing Mongol on the hybrid map for quite a bit now, and he always goes fast Imperial. So I'm being a bit sus. This is definitely sus.
Now, Beastie on Abassid, though, he's a very good aggressive player on Abassid especially, so we'll see what that means. Oh my goodness, guys, I wish you saw what I just saw. I honestly, wait. I'm gonna give you guys picture-in-picture so you guys can actually see. Look at that Beastie, guys. He made a mistake, finally. Look at those villagers. They tried their best. He popped them out on the wrong side. So they just popped into the TC and pulled back out. Now, PUPPYPAW, he's going for the uwu, the TC right on top. And my question is this going to be a double villager? Right?
I don't think so. I would guess not. It's pretty interesting to see none of them going water. I think it's because Abassid is has that pretty good timing when they go military wing and they make a quick ram. They can very easily shut down the water. So I think Puppy is kind of just respecting that by also not going water. But yeah, quite an interesting opening here for a water map. No water, no fishing ships.
Now, once we get those scores switched, you guys will see exactly who's cooking. But as we now see it, just like Sukish said, this is not something that you want to deal with in Abassid, with a military wing. So both of these civilizations are also pretty good at that Feudal Age aggression on water, especially because of the dock burning bonus. And I think a lot of players would prefer, as the Mongols, to also just go for it a little bit later. Now, usually on this map, we do see the two lakes getting split very often. But because this is such a long coastal side, it does become a little bit more difficult to keep that water on your side. Because you do need a few military ships to actually do.
Yeah, definitely. The water is very exposed on this map, right? So you can't. It's not like Four Lakes where you can kind of just like take your pond and it's pretty easy to defend with just one single ship. Here it's very open. You can sneak a dock all the way at the corner of the map or whatever, and start making ships from there. So it's a bit harder. But I do expect both of them to play for water in the Feudal Age. I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to go for those fast Imperial plays, it does feel like a necessity because you actually need the resources for. I mean, I say that and look at those double deer packs right now, double and a half next to the base. That's a pretty disgusting position for anyone to be on top of.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is a lot of deer in one single spot. Actually, yeah, that I don't know. It might actually be enough. But I do see a bit of green dot at the bottom there. No, on the water. Or am I?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You are not hallucinating. Yeah. Now with Mongols, he does have to ensure he actually does a little bit of damage. Beastie, though, he is getting that wood up as well. And this means he has two choices here. He can get his villager eaten by a wolf, put down a dock, and he could also just make a ram and try to shut this down. But with the amount on wood here, it does feel like he can do both at the same time. Getting a dock on the one side, plus doing a little bit of that ram play. But instead, he goes for those units to go straight to the top to stop the Khan from shutting down this dock building. And that's just what makes this Khan so damn annoying.
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful unit the Khan is.
That Khan...
Being absolutely impartial or partial, maybe partial.
Partial for sure. Now, the moment the Khan pulls away, it does look like Beastie is going to the other side, but unfortunately for Khan, he is going to run into the army. Now, the Khan takes quite a lot of damage from the scout, which honestly surprised me when I was playing against this the first time. You know how much I hate Mongols, playing against the as the Mongols. So with playing against the Khan, or playing as the Khan, it's so easy to overestimate the damage that you can take and that you can deal, especially in these early ages. Now, Beastie has his units, and I want us to look at the villages split here. It does look like this is, like we see, double dock, and he's just going to try and capitalize on this. But now Keshiks are in the queue, so no double villager production shenanigans we see from PUPPYPAW. We're just going to get good old Keshiks. We have seen this from a few players where they do go for the double Vil, but getting the double Keshik just gives you such a good position in the map to actually just force your opponent to respond and make units and slow them down. Especially when you're going fast Imperial. But I'm not...
Yeah, I mean, not yet, I guess. I mean, yeah, I think they're gonna play for water for a bit. I think if you just go fast in from here, it's, I don't know, probably BC can just grab everything on the map for free, and Ezekiel should be too good to you know, so that the fast imp can overcome. But I don't know. I still think Puppy is going to go imp rather quickly, but he just has to respect Beastie, right?
Puppy does not make any mistakes, such as not expecting, you know, someone to just sit back and let him. So I feel like PUPPYPAW is someone who's going to keep making units as long as he can keep that production up. And you can see Beastie making a play on the water is very Beastie of him. He also doesn't let people just sit on the water, have a nice day. But the Keshiks now, they force a little wall out here. And that is probably the best they're going to be able to do for now, especially with the army looming here. But the second set is going to make this a lot harder. So let's quickly follow one of these sets of Keshiks so we can see how long their journey lasts. But guys, if I do lose the picture-in-picture, please remind me in Twitch chat. This is a dual job happening right now. And what they tell you about people that can multitask, they are wrong. We cannot.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the Keshik. Yeah, the mango dyes have been, you know, very, very popular for the past couple of months. And a lot of people have just been spamming, I mean, not spamming, but actually making, you know, 4 or 5 mango dye into fast imp. And yeah, he's just going with the Keshik right now, which is, I guess, a bit surprising. But they're also really good at providing pressure and giving you map control, right? Because Beastie just has to respect this.
And you can see Beastie is respecting. He's making more spearmen. He realizes, okay, this is just going to be a lot of horses. I'm not going to be able to get on my gold, and then I won't be able to do any damage to Puppy. Because PUPPYPAW is very much getting towards that castle age already. Not over-investing, though, which I really like. He's being really responsible about this, keeping the villagers onto the woodline and ensuring that they're doing a good job at sustaining that fishing eco that he wants to continually build. But we'll see now if the manga dies are queued up pretty soon, but it does feel like he is committing to castle.
Yeah, definitely. And Castle Age is the, you know, first step to the Imperial Age.
Wow, Shoke. Wow. That was some pretty big insights.
Right? That was yeah, that's the game knowledge of a conqueror.
Yeah, that's where we're at, boys. This is the C stream that we do before we do the real stream. So this is the warm up. Now, I honestly am really glad to see this map. I'm glad to see Scandinavia because Scandinavia is something that pops in and out every time. And it feels like the players really show their uniqueness on maps like these that aren't as straightforward, but also at the same time not too crazy. Beastie now getting that barracks up, second one now. And I think this speaks to what Castle Age is going to look like, because he knows what's about to happen. He's played this many, many times, and maybe we're gonna get some castle aggression. I feel like Beastie is not gonna allow Puppy to just sit in his base and go for castle. But the step is now being built, and that's gonna mean the gold income is going to go swimmingly, just like the food over here for Mr. Puppy.
Yeah, and Beastie making a ram there and having, you know, pretty good military numbers, considering he's not being a greedy goose like PUPPYPAW, who is going castle. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit tricky for Puppy to deal with, but the water is really big, so you know, completely shutting down any kind of dock is kind of hard here. So I don't think Puppy is just gonna lose his all of his water like this.
Especially not with Keshiks doing their rounds. So the Ram being left alone here does make this very, very exposed. And you see PUPPYPAW respected this. He's making archers as the time goes on because he realizes I am going to need some units. This man is not going to let me castle without paying for it. Now Camel Archers also joining the party. Beastie just making a few more Camel Archers. It doesn't look like he is going too heavily towards castle just yet. And we're going to switch back to this UI so we can see exactly what his rally is going to be towards. But the house, das Haus ist nicht einen, what is AOE2 house, ja? It does not block you from running inside. So he actually has a little bit of an opening here. And I feel like PUPPYPAW, if he spots this, Beastie's woodline is going to have a very tough day. Because PUPPYPAW, he forces mistakes.
Yeah, definitely, and those Keshiks are still looming for sure. Oops, sorry.
Hello, boys. He wants to go for a charge, but he sees the boys are standing strong, ready for an impale. Now the thing is, these boys are upgraded. Archers, not so much, but against those camels, they're still going to do pretty well. The thing is, Beastie doesn't have gold after this, because again, just like that first game, we have a double gold spawn on the same side. So once he's pushed off here, he's going to be a little bit cooked when it comes to the gold economy.
Yeah, but I don't know, the macro from PUPPYPAW again is looking a bit sus to me, Yman. I'm not sure that's a lot of food in the bank.
That's a lot of food in the bank, Shuki, and Beastie is nowhere near getting there himself. The problem is he's going to fight against PUPPYPAW, but he's getting those very cheap units, and ladies and gentlemen, Puppy has docked the other leg as well. Disgusting.
Wait, is that a fishing ship that was a... That has to be a mistake, right?
That may have been a mistake, yes. But yeah, at least he's putting it to work. See,
that is true.
PUPPYPAW is the kind of guy who will only make a slight mistake and then come back from it. Because this man, he cooks. He cooks something we can never digest because our stomachs just aren't cultured enough. These Canadians, man. We don't see enough of them. No.
But I see that Beastie has managed to dock the bottom too. There, he's got a couple ducks, and Puppy spots it. I don't know if he actually spots it yet, but the ship has. This is gonna get a bit hectic now because they're fighting in one pond, fighting in the other pond, and then fighting on the land at the same time. So this is when playing the hybrid maps becomes really hard, and you just have to have a great APM and map awareness.
Yeah, with a situation like this, it does feel like, okay, I'm slowing myself down now because I have to actually respond to this. And you can see he is just getting his emplacements. And that's the nice thing about Mongols, right? Because they have that passive stone, it's so easy to afford those. So now he does get a little bit of idle time, but these docks will be pretty safe pretty soon. Now, the Springald ship means that Beastie is investing a little bit more. He's getting the culture wing as well, and we know what that means. It's going to be a little bit nicer when he does need to go for Imperial himself. And those, getting the ability to just get those cheaper technologies researched is definitely going to help him, you know, stay up to date with PUPPYPAW when PUPPYPAW is drowning in Imperial. And Imperial Age units, I really hope Beastie finds a way to actually keep up with it. But the Shogunate Palace is now up. Chucky, Twitch chat. I know this is just for memes and dreams, but boys, it's time for us to place your bets. We need to know what is going to be the first unit coming out of the Shogunate Palace.
Don't
wait too long.
I'm thinking warrior monks.
Okay, hui pao. Has to be.
Who do I win?
We win nothing, Shiki.
Nesta B. Okay, I mean, Nesta B is pretty good for PUPPYPAW. You have to be happy about that one. But yeah, it's kind of disgusting. He is Imperial as Beastie is just reaching Castle Age right now. This is, it's kind of disgusting, Yman, but I kind of like it.
The thing is, Shiki, Beastie is floating a lot of resources as well. I'm not seeing any units in queue. Ladies and gentlemen, Beastie might be responding in sorts to the one singular build we did not expect to see today. It wasn't on my bingo. Fast Imperial? Abassid? Not a chance.
Yeah,
Is he
but
going?
I mean, what do you get from Imperial as Abassid? I mean, sure, Abassid is really good in Imperial, right? But it's a lot of it is because of the eco and obviously a lot of really good upgrades that you can get. That makes your army really strong in Imperial. But Puppy just gets more eco. He gets like I think around 800, 900 resources for free from the Kaganet. So it's kind of if he had like 20-ish more villages working for him right now.
It does look like he will get a pretty good shot off and shuts down that echo instantly.
That is disgusting.
Yes. Absolutely
that is
appalled
disgusting.
right
And
now.
it's just so hard to react to that on time because you know you literally have like 3 seconds. Oh, he just gets his villager Mongol. I think his landmark is having a bit of a okay.
He's a little bit stepsister stuck there at the top. Unfortunately for him, luckily for him, he got 2 nested bees. So he's probably not too upset. He does not have a single hui hui power yet. So guys, he might be okay.
Yeah, for now he's pretty happy about this. I mean, we meme about the Hui Hui Pao, but it's a pretty good unit. It's just that you know usually when you play this style, you are being very greedy, so you end up getting attacked just as you age up, and obviously a trebuchet is not really what you want to defend yourself, right?
So even when
And here it comes.
Yeah.
The Yu Pao is coming.
And this is exactly the right thing for Mongols. When they have enough units, when they have those passive resources, and now all of a sudden you do get the Hui Hui Pal, it allows you to do those pushes. The thing is, okay, PUPPYPAW probably wanted this in like 2 rounds, but pretty good loot for him so far. The thing is, he's not in a position where he can just go and push just yet. So he's definitely respecting that and not putting too much pressure on the water here at all. But now I say that and I see the Bauchan is in queue. So he's probably going to be thinking about that now. Beastie though, he's still floating a little bit of resources, but he started now. Never mind, he's queued up more horsemen. He's going castle. This man realizes I cannot give him more time. I'm not going to get to Imperial fast enough. I might as well do some damage now. And with the horses, he should be able to find some between this as well. Quickly in, quickly out.
Yeah, this is kind of the time for Beastie to make something happen because that Kaganet Palace is just so good and it just keeps making units and those units they come out fully upgraded right away and it's just so good, Yman. And I don't know, I'm not feeling too confident for Beastie right now. And that bow shot there in the top is gonna be annoying to deal with.
Oh, it is, and it's looking straight at the fishing ships right now, as you guys can see. He is just going to be chasing after as I'm losing focus and forgetting to press the scouting button. Springald ship fighting against the Bauchad. But Beastie's units are melting. These are elite units. They can take a punch and more. And Beastie is now pulling back off of the food as well. This does feel pretty tough. The only other deer over here on the side, but also going to be pretty exposed if given the time. Also, Archer does get picked off, but the big army is going for a little bit of a counterattack, and the Hui Hui Pao throws a ball of fire, not a ball of fire, just a very big cannonball right on top. It does look like he should be able to pick off a village or 2, but when you have the Shaganet Palace, you don't need much more.
Yeah, you can't really idle the Shaganet Palace. And this is kind of the push to do or die for Beastie. Can he actually kill Puppy right now? Because I think if that fails, this is probably gonna be game over. Whoever wins this fight should win the game.
It does feel like Beastie did a good amount of damage, and PUPPYPAW is cleaning up the army. Yeah, Beastie realizes I did not do enough here and calls it. PUPPYPAW now up. Or is he now up? Shuki, yeah, Shuki, can you turn up your mic again? You need to put it in your mouth again. I realized that you... Guys, Shuki's microphone is great, and then he leans back slightly. And then it disappears.
Alright, it's better now.
Yes, there we go. Wonderful. So, this was pretty standard Mongols, right? You let them sit back, you can't put pressure on them because of the Keshiks. And it does feel like they have a pretty good spot on a lot of these hybrid maps, especially because it's so hard to take them down on the water once they get solid footing, especially on a map where you dominate one side or the other. So now, guys, we're going to be going into, I believe, the final game. Let's quickly switch back and see what these boys are cooking for the final matchup.
Ooh, and we've got JD versus Ayubid. Do you play any of these civs, women?
Yes, when I do Tower Rush people, when I did my Tower Rush series on every civilization, I did JD Tower Rush, and I did Ayubid Tower Rush as well, but that did not go too well. So, yes, both of these civilizations at a very professional level, as you can imagine. No, I'm a little bit too wonky with the knights, and this goes both ways, camel lancers and knights. I will just lose track of them, I will A-move my army, and they will die, unfortunately. So, Shuki, I believe you are the specialist here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't play too much JD because I don't know, I don't really like the hero stuff, but I play a lot of French, so you know it's kind of the same. I play a lot of Ayubid, but this is, Ayubid is not really considered to be this strong in the meta right now. It's not one of the civs that people are kind of prioritizing, but it's a really good civ into French and knight civs in general. So even though JD is probably higher in the tier list right now, I think PUPPYPAW is really happy sniping JD in this matchup right here.
Yeah, a lot of... I think you guys heard Beastie mauling there in the background. That should give you an indication of something that just went wrong. So, that was a taste of what's to come. Guys, let's go into the game and see why we heard that undyingly moan from the man. So, barracks coming down for JD.
Oh, is it the back goal that he saw? Because the barracks opening for JD is not it's not really common. So I think this is kind of beastie. Oh wait, I think PUPPYPAW is trying to duck there at the bottom, no?
Yes. PUPPYPAW is sending a villager down, investing a little bit down here. Now the thing is, if Beastie does scout that, he should be able to punish this dock a little bit. He does see the gold, and we'll see the villagers now moving over there. Oh, and I don't know if this was a fake. I was gonna say, is this a fake cast? Because this feels like something you would do to make your opponent think you're going here without setting off alarm bells. But no. He's just investing 2 in ships and then going for gold. This is a very conservative play by him. And probably really good for him as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is I don't know. This is a bit scary for Puppy here, but I'm not sure if Beastie is expecting it's kind of expecting the duck play here. I mean, people have been docking here, but it also hasn't been too common. And I feel like if Beastie saw this, he could punish it with a spear, but I'm not sure. He's not going there, so
yeah, it doesn't look like Beastie is going to be able to spot this. So when he does see that, that is going to leave a little bit of frustration. So guys, we're just going to forward about 30 seconds so we can catch up with the live. Never mind, we are caught up with the live game. We are there. Now, no split screen for this game just yet, as I do have to set that bad boy up. But PUPPYPAW, with all of that sheep, he's probably feeling pretty good, considering he still has the fish as well.
Yeah, it's definitely this feels like a pretty good start of the game for PUPPYPAW. I mean, Beastie is gonna be able to push the deer there, so he's getting value from those spears. But I think he probably was looking to do damage on the gold there. I imagine that must have been the original plan.
Oh, let me just switch to players. I just noticed that they are a little bit unbalanced. Remember to flip the scores as well, guys. When we now see this type of deer pushing, I feel like we might get into a position where Beastie does not feel as desperate to get professional scouts. Because right now you do have some of the deer quite safely tucked in your base, but he is going to struggle for food quite a bit. So now the scout denying this as well. Now we're going to go back on what I just said. He's going to need to go for pro scouts if he wants to get snacking on any of these. But the thing is, he's playing against logistics, and getting those 2 dervishes, that just helps you heal against the JD damage, especially in the early game.
Yeah, those early dervishes are just so annoying to deal with the healing that they provide. I'm expecting him to start making desert traders after this. He could just go naked castle, but this is JD that is probably too greedy. So yeah, I think the healing with the camels is just so annoying to deal with for Beastie, because he just needs like such a big mass of units to actually start one-shotting the camels, or else he just get healed up all the time.
And you can see Beastie now spotting the dock. He is going to go and try to torch this down. There's 46 seconds, so he should not be able to get this down completely by the time the age up. Because with only 2 spears, you do take quite a hot moment. As you guys can see, those flames, they require a lot of them. Because if you build a dock, we can see there's a lot of flammable materials. But that part, I would imagine, requires a lot more flame than usual.
Yeah, I wonder if this was the origin of the little molding scream we heard in the background there. Him finding out about the dock. I'm not sure.
That dock definitely feels a little bit Monka-esque, but oh my goodness. He's building a wall, ladies and gentlemen. Is this man playing China? No, he is playing JD, and these boys are gonna be firing away. We'll see now what the villager does. I'm assuming this is to put a dock down of his own and give himself some time. But now with the support of a knight, this should actually be a pretty fun position to be in. The less fun part comes in when your opponent clicks up by 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it kind of looks like Puppy is not planning on making any units and going straight to castle there. But this is very cheeky from Beastie trying to wall in the dock. But yeah, the ship comes out just at the right time, so it's gonna be okay. But I think actually I think he's still trapped there. I don't think his ship are gonna be able to do much more right now.
Yeah, he did try to do a little bit more there by getting another dock, but it does look like he is doing a little bit of damage. He's just not able to do anything too big. Now JD, she's gonna kill that poor boar. That man had a short life. But it's gonna be a very nice bait for you to actually be able to go and put some units down. The problem is just, like we know, this is about to be a castle age. And I feel like nothing JD can do at this point can stop this. So we'll see if Beastie also tries to go for a castle, but with 2 knights in the queue. I just feel like he hasn't found a way to do any damage to him yet.
Yeah, no, this feels pretty good for PUPPYPAW. He's 6 economy units ahead. He's getting castle. BC doesn't really have much on the field. So obviously there's always the moment right now is it's gonna be a bit iffy. Beastie probably knows what's happening, so he's gonna be looking to put pressure. But this is looking pretty good for PUPPYPAW.
PUPPYPAW is definitely not in an uncomfortable spot. Yes, he's a little bit blocked in, but he's got a secondary dock, and he will be able to reach the other ships. We saw what this did for Beastie in a previous game, and he definitely enjoyed having all that access. But now, even getting a military upgrade, you can see PUPPYPAW, he's snacking. But is he snacking with 20 on food because he wants to just make camel lances? Or is he snacking with 20 on food because he's going to be cheeky again? I think he's just going to go for camel lances. But the knights do make a connection. They don't have it in them to take down a villager because the dervishes, they just don't allow anyone to go down.
Yeah, I think the dervish can out-heal 2 knights, I think. I think 3 they start to struggle a bit, but I'm not sure. I don't remember if it's 1 knight or 2 knights, but yeah, this is the problem. Like, those dervishes give you so much time because as I said, BC actually needs a good mass of units to actually start being able to do damage.
And the thing is, oh, he's going for the dervish instead. This is probably his best chance at doing so. He gets one of them.
Gets one? Okay.
Disgusting.
This is pretty good value. This is pretty good value.
Shuki. You and I are gonna need to work on a word for what is that thing called? For a safe word for your microphone getting a little quiet. Yeah.
In front of it. What the hell?
Yeah, you gotta give it your all. Apparently it needs a little bit more of you. So I think we're gonna go for, we need to figure out a safe word. Twitch chat, let us know what you think can be the safe word, and I'll just work it into the cast. So Twitch chat can decide, and I'll just like say mango or something. He'd be snacking on some mangoes if it wasn't for all these berries. No, never mind. Mango's not a good one.
Banana bread.
Banana bread, okay. But no, can't we just make like a little pie? It's gonna be baking some pie with all those berries. See, that one can be quite natural. But losing a knight in this scenario is so expensive, because every single knight he has, that is going to force PUPPYPAW to actually need to make a unit. And the units he tries to go for, guys, these things, they don't mind a little knight or two. Camel lancers, baby. Those things going to get on top of you so quickly. But the guild hall is now coming up, and Beastie is trying to play it a little bit safer. Not the usual Royal Institute we see from the boys, but it makes a lot of sense, especially in this scenario. Now the question is just, is Beastie going to be able to be given the gold he needs to stay in this?
Yeah, this is a pretty quick castle timing from JD. We usually, see them stay in Feudal quite a bit, but yeah, I guess Beastie figured he couldn't really do much more damage in Feudal, so he's joining now. But yeah, this is the part where, like, JD is it's a tempo save, right? And he didn't find much damage in Feudal, so you don't really want to be stuck playing a macro game with JD, I feel, and yeah, I think right now this is still pretty okay for PUPPYPAW.
Now these dervishes, they can run so fast, even while holding a relic. That relic traveled quite far, and it's very close to Puppy's base, so he's probably going to feel pretty good about picking up these relics. He's got 3 on his side now. I mean, technically 4. So this does feel pretty good in any scenario. He's just going to need to invest a little bit more to get these bad boys out. But there's already one in queue, and he's about to pop out. Beastie, on the other hand, though, I'm still looking at villages split, because we're seeing a little bit of a here switch that he wants to do.
Can you say that again?
Arbitraire. I don't know how to say. You're French. Oh, okay. You speak French. You're Belgian. Can you tell me how to say that word?
Arbalétrier.
Okay. Arms. He's going for the arms. Arms. Do you r or do you r?
You're supposed to not r.
Okay.
Yeah,
so arms.
It's more of a throaty than a tonguey.
Okay. So he's going for the arms.
Exactly. Yeah.
The arm switch. Now, Beastie is trying to get a little bit of that relic love himself, but with one singular monk that's still coming out against the army of camel lancers, this does feel a little iffy. JD, though, she's getting a little bit of experience. She got a little bit of experience from the dervishes, but this is not the prime content JD we usually see when we hit castle. So we would really like to see some aggression coming out of this girl, but PUPPYPAW still having a lot of villages on goal. He now re-rallies them to wood, so it does look like this is going to be a more castle game than before. Camel Lancers, though, they are looking for some blood.
Yeah, but I'm actually a bit surprised. PUPPYPAW's military numbers are still not looking that great. I'm not sure if we missed an engagement somewhere where he lost a couple of units, but it's taking a lot of time to start making an army, and right now, Beastie's numbers are looking pretty good.
It does feel like Puppy just could not make enough units to make this count, but it might just also be because those units are very expensive. But investing a little bit more... Investing a little bit more into the dervishes. I think that a lot of the resources went directly to the dervishes. He got some military upgrades as well. He got his eco upgrades. It does slow you down for a little while. Oh my goodness. Look at these boats being confused. They are all thinking about the shoreline fish. And that wall paid for itself.
Yeah, those fishing ships are being a bit edged right now by the fish on the other side.
And he does...
It's okay.
they still have one little pond to think about. The Dao knows how little damage the arrows does. He's just focused on anyone looking at his fishing ships negatively. But now 4 relics for PUPPYPAW. He's going to be a very happy Ayubit. But now the men-at-arms switch coming through. And this is something we haven't seen a lot in the recent months of pro play, I would say. Men-at-arms have been very underutilized, and this might be because the pro players know something we don't yet, and that could be that men-at-arms are just not finding their way in the meta right now, but this switch is going to make it quite hard for PUPPYPAW to actually take them down. Because getting a lot of archers is kind of tough against those numbers of MAAs, especially when they do not have +2 ranged attack. Now, Beastie not investing in any upgrades either just yet. He's getting more herbs, so he's definitely going to be able to deal with those camel lancers.
Yeah, I think personally I quite like the MAA and ARB comp playing against Knight Civ, which essentially Puppy is doing, right? He's basically playing a Knight composition, Knight Archer right here. I think it's pretty good because, you know, while the Knights do counter the men-at-arms, if you have a really good backline of ARBs, the men-at-arms are still gonna tank enough. Long enough so that your arbs can actually kill the knights or the camels in this sense. So I think it's a pretty good comp. I know a lot of players like playing this way versus Ayubit specifically because it's a bit tricky considering they're camels, so the counter system is a bit weird. So yeah, it should be quite good because they're gonna be able to tank the archers, right?
No, definitely. They are gonna be able to take a lot of shots, but I just want to point out, he came for this dock, by the way. And just even if it's snacking experience, yes, there's still a little bit of fish here, but getting that experience on JD is so critical at this point. We can see now with these camel lances, they are going to go and trying to find some damage. Let's go get a camera on them so that we can follow their journey into raiding. Because Beastie's army is pulling back. He realizes he needs to do something about this. You can see now PUPPYPAW's army exploded in the meantime. And he's on top of all those villages.
Yeah, that was a very costly raid, very, very good raid from PUPPYPAW, and he's already 20 economic units ahead right now. So Beastie can't really afford to lose anything else because he doesn't really have a military advantage either. This is not a comfortable situation right now for Beastie.
I feel like I may have missed the place where Beastie lost all his knights, because that mobility and losing it at this point, this feels so strong. Now PUPPYPAW taking another engagement here on the bottom, knowing that the army is split, and Beastie, he's got his men-at-arms, but they are just not as tanky as they are needed to be. Now the boys are going to go forward, and we do see him trying to get a little bit of an engagement, but that is beautiful stutter stepping here from PUPPYPAW. He's just ensuring he gets every shot off while taking the least amount of damage.
Yeah, you know, he's got all the upgrades on his archers right now, and the men-at-arms only have +1 defense, so he was actually doing decent damage into everything. But there's no frontline covering for these archers, and Beastie is just pouncing on it.
The problem is PUPPYPAW has a very scary army at the back here, but we do see the men-at-arms have them in position. JD has leveled up, and we'll see what damage she can do, or if she's just going to be enjoying this fight, because this woman, she loves a good set of experience. We see those lancers pulling back a little bit after the men-at-arms are chasing down, but both of these players splitting their armies quite heavily. The horsemen now being on top of the arbs, just making sure that they can do as much damage as possible. Now the horse is pushing back again. It does feel like the arbs actually got the PVs deployed, so they were expecting a lot of horsemen raiding going down, but splitting up his army like this, Beastie is taking quite a risk. He does not have a lot of food yet. He's trying to set it up, and this is going to start ticking pretty soon. But PUPPYPAW needs to think about doing the same. Let's go see what his food situation is like. He's also slowed down a bit.
Yeah, I think Puppy is still snacking on the berries there. It's you know, one of the bonuses of Ayubit is your food just lasts a tiny bit longer because of all the berries. And we see that he's added now a pretty good number of arbs to his own army here, and so now it kind of feels like he has the composition to take on beasties.
Beastie's army is still pretty scary though, and it does look like Beastie is going to do some damage, but the thing is, the moment Beastie overcommits here, there's no coming back from this. Oh, the Obs deploy their PVs. Now, I don't know if the stutter step actually does remove them, but it does look like they are doing pretty well. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit of a destruction, Yman.
I don't know, man. Shuki, I think Aobit's just cooked poor JD. She was so young.
Yeah. She was a bit young.
She was 19 minutes young.
So well, didn't she die at 19 years old?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She was 19. Historically, guys, JD died at 19. So, you know?
Maybe. Do you know if she got to level 3 when she died, or was she still level 2?
No, she was level 3. She had a chat at arms on the field as well, and it is what it is. Unfortunately, JD will not live to tell the tale. So, guys, that will conclude it for Beastie. This is Puppy Chad. Now, Puppy Chad gets the name. We'll see how he does in the EGC tournament as well as Beastie. I think Beastie now will realize, hey, I need to play a little bit more of these maps, because these maps have been pretty wild, because a lot of these players just don't play them usually, right? This is not something you can play on ladder. It's not something you can just queue into, which does make it a little bit harder. But guys, let's quickly see and take a look at the bracket. So we're going to take a quick look at the bracket to see what games we can jump in on, because some of these are actually pretty fresh.
Ooh, do we got fresh games of the oven?
We have games that are on offer for them cooking. Now, let me just see if CSO and Lash is still ongoing. I believe that these two boys were fighting a very, very hard fight, but I do see Lash is in game. I just don't know if this is the CSO type of situation. No, it does not look to be the case. No. Lash is done with his games. So we will not be jumping into CSO versus Lash. It does look like CSO cooked him a little bit hard, but honestly, CSO is a favorite to qualify for this event, right? So this man, he has been doing pretty well. So guys, I just want to say thank you for everyone who's here for the first time, and I hope you guys enjoy. So on the other hand, we did want to jump in a little bit on the SAS and core games. Now, give me one moment. I do need to double check on some of these players. Give me one moment. Oh,
I can give you one moment. Just one.
Just one. Okay. Okay.
Assassin Core. This is Assassin Core is gonna be a spicy one.
Yes. Core and SAS have quite a bit of history, I would say. Between the two of them, there's about 6 years of history amongst them. Now,
6 years?
No, it's not maybe? 6 years. Yeah. 16
might
maybe.
Be like, I mean, we've been here for a while. Like this, it's almost 4 years since the game came out.
That's true.
I don't know.
Oh my goodness. Are we getting old?
We're getting old, man.
Yeah, we're getting old. We're getting old. Okay, I did find the games.
I mean, I think we were already old when it came out. We're a bit of a boomer community.
We are. Guys, if you're a boomer, please let us know so we feel not so... Okay, we're all millennials, right? All of us. All millennials.
Aren't millennials the new boomers?
Yeah, I think so. Especially when my students who are all my age tell me I'm making like old people jokes, then maybe it's a me thing.
Are you making dad jokes?
I am making dad jokes, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys. That's just how we grow old. Now, we are about to hop in. I did find the drafts in front of us as well, and I am loaded into the first game. So give me one moment. I just want to ensure that I do have all the correct ones in front of me. And I do. Okay, so Byzantines and Rus will be the first matchup. Now, Byzantines is probably one of the few civilizations that can actually handle Rus. So we'll see if Sassy's Rus is going to be strong enough to take down Core's Byzantines. But after I've seen Byzantines these last few games or days, I feel like both of these civilizations are in a really good place, but Byzantines, they're probably enjoying their current time in the meta. Does it even matter?
Nothing else matter.
Yeah. Okay, guys, let's hop on in. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Sassy versus Core match of dreams, match of memes, and we'll see who prevails successful yet again. But boys, first, let's go look at the Byzantines early game, because now, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this has become the golden standard of aging. We just get a lot of stone. Unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely he's gonna be going for a bit of the greedy opening. But I mean, you know, the Ruse players are not really are kind of known for their greed too. So he knows nothing much is gonna happen for a couple of minutes. So yeah, he's gonna be looking to build his cisterns.
A lot of them. And Sassy going for the second scout now. Now, guys, we do flash forward a little bit into the Dark Age so we can get past those initial phases of sheep gathering. But honestly, Core is snacking right now. You can see that's a lot of sheep, and he's on one singular scout. Now, Sassy should be able to pick up a few more on the other side. Let's go take a look. But Core is a very, very happy camper, especially with Sassy now trailing behind exactly where Core was. And Core is going to go back with a lot of loot. Now, Byzantines, they're not a civilization that's too reliant on sheep. But with the current playstyle on them, we definitely have seen people utilizing the sheep a little bit more before they do that farm transition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, even if you don't need the sheep yourself, it's always nice to deny them from the opponent, right? And yeah, I mean, considering our friend Sass is on 3 scouts actually now. I will not say it. He, you know, is pretty happy with the loot that he got.
Yeah, Core, knowing he's up against the many scouts, he probably is also happy with getting just enough to be aggressive. And now, guys, we're seeing that second cistern get connected before the Feudal Age even hits. And that is the state of our game. We get Byzantines with a lot of cisterns, and it does feel a little bit tough to handle, especially when you look at that economy bonus. Just another nice 14% at this stage of the game. It does add up pretty quickly. Now, what's a little bit different is Core is only aging up with 3. And now, a lot of you might be asking, like, why does this even matter? Usually, when people age up, they age up with 4 or 5, especially on the Grand Winery. I believe 4 is the number. But Core, he wants to ensure he maximizes wood income. He wants to make sure he gets every bit of wood. So the moment that he ages up, he most likely will want to start making units. Or we'll see what crazy play he goes for, because he's stacking a little bit of gold, so it could just be a little bit of upgrades. But doing something like this is exactly what he needs to be able to shut down Rus and their ridiculous ability to pro scout.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to see what Stas is going to go for here. Is he gonna make a bit of units, or is he gonna be just a very greedy boy and go straight to castle? I don't really expect him to play feudal for too much. But I mean, who knows? You know, we've seen some players play a bit of feudal ruse again. So maybe it's gonna be the path that he chooses. But I wouldn't really expect it. I think he's gonna be a greedy boy.
The greedy boy. Now, I think with Core, especially now getting wheelbarrow as well, this does delay that first military building, and he does go for the barracks. So it's pretty interesting how just getting a wheelbarrow a little bit earlier does delay that quite a bit. Oh, with the scouts, he's trying to be quite a bit spicy. So now the scouts have their new target. It is yet another one of their kind. But now with the barracks, he should be able to get out on the map and actually start to deny. Sassy Scout is in position to pick up the boy, but there's still a few seconds before these guys will come in. Now, with the 3 scouts he has here, we can see him instantly going towards the other side, ensuring that he yoinks a few of these deer himself. Now, with the extra cistern coming this way, it covers quite a bit more. The berry patch here,
Oh
but
no. Wait, no. No way.
oh, he lost some
he
of the
got it.
stone.
Oh my god.
Disgusting.
That is kind of this. Actually, wait, because he hadn't touched it yet, right? I thought you needed to. The villager needed to touch the thing for it to get some HP.
It does.
I'm kind of confused.
It might be a little strange of an interaction, but I think with cisterns, if you're in the vicinity, they start to get a little bit. As long as you're close enough.
Damn, he lost like 40
40 stone, yeah.
40 stone there.
Yeah, it's a pretty big loss to start off with, especially having to cancel it that quickly, but Sassy being in the right position, he's probably pretty happy with that. He does not get to yoink any deer, so for Core's side, definitely also a happy camper to know that his deer are going to be nice and safe, especially with these Limited guarding. Now, this is a very interesting position, especially because you can easily wall it off and have the deer pretty safe, though. And with both deer packs being on the same side, he probably is very happy to just have to send one of the Limited to the other side right here. It's going to be quite close as well. Now, with Sassy, he's got 6 scouts and he's already pulling back the deer, but Core did not go too greedy. He went ahead and straight made units, which I think is going to make this a little bit easier for him. Now, Longbowmen joining the party as well. And honestly, Longbowmen do pretty well against those horse archers.
Yeah, definitely. Longbows are a really good answer. I mean, jabs are also obviously really good, but I think it's one of those cases where you just can't go wrong with either choice. But yeah, so definitely, if he can get that nice little mass of 15 longbows when SAS Age is up, because looking at SAS resources, he's very clearly trying to get to Castle Age. Even though he's being responsible, he's adding a bit of archers there to answer the Limited. But clearly, he has no intention of hanging in Feudal for too long.
Yeah, getting a few archers definitely helps the situation when you're playing against a very aggressive player here. But those longbows are going to enjoy that, and that's exactly what Core is thinking as well. Just getting out on the map and making sure that he can deny more and more deer. Now, with the scouts, you can see another set going home, but Core is getting ready for Castle Age himself. Ensuring he gets an outpost onto the gold does make this a lot easier when you're playing against a unit like horse archers.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, yeah, that macro from Core looks like the macro of someone that's. But just as I say that, he queues all of the upgrades and more units. So I think he's not. He's gonna probably be looking to apply a bit of pressure. And I mean, I think if he can manage to keep SAS from getting the entire deer, like both deer packs entirely, I think it's a pretty good situation for him. Because I mean, deer is really good. It's really good, obviously, but it still runs out at some point, right? And we see SAS going with a double stable and an archery range, so think he's gonna go just Knight Archer, no?
Now the thing is, SAS wants to go Knight Archer, but the situation is a little bit more dire than he would expect, because those knights are not just gonna cost gold, their upgrades are gonna cost gold. And we know Rus, a civilization that does not like going on gold, so instantly gets 2 horsemen instead, realizing that this might be a little bit expensive. But you can see, even with the horsemen now, he's still gonna need to get that upgrade. And now the longbows are just gonna start tickling back, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if his long-term plan is a horseman there, or if it's just what he's doing because he doesn't have the resource for anything else. But I mean, I don't know. Every time you're a Rus player and you don't get to spam horse archers, it doesn't feel too good. That is kind of your natural path, right?
Mm-hmm. Now, I do want to address one of the questions in chat here. Is Masters of Steel in Copenhagen with audience? No, at the moment, not. This might change, but it will most likely not. The only people we have at the LAN will be volunteers and some pro players who will be practicing with the other participants. So if you are a volunteer, you need to reach out pretty soon. But we do have a list of people who have already volunteered that we have sent through for approval. So it will be like an invitation-only situation. But if there is enough interest, we can definitely make a meetup happen between the people in there as well. So if you're from Copenhagen especially, just reach out and we'll see what we can do. Now, the Golden Horn Tower is coming up, Shuki. And I feel like the horse archers were not here yet. We haven't gotten a whiff of them as of yet. And the problem is, this does not look like an army that can actually handle a Feudal Age army.
Yeah, this is a bit of a sad army for someone that is Castle Age. I don't think there's a single Castle Age unit in there. And I mean, the numbers are still looking pretty good for Core, but it's only half the army that's here. So I think, considering he doesn't have any upgrade, this is a pretty good trade. I think for South, at least as good as he can basically hope for.
Yeah, the problem is those longbows just picked off all of the archers, and now they're even like focus firing elsewhere. The Limitenay, the archer numbers from Sassy just weren't enough to actually keep them under control. So now Sassy is still living true to his Rus heart. It's still not going for gold, but at the same time trying to get those warrior monks out on the field to go and get some damage done. Now from Sassy's perspective, this probably looks pretty good. He's like, okay, I just cleaned up a significant portion of his army. But Core, on the other hand, he probably feels very different. He just cleaned up a lot of Sassy's army, and that was a very expensive army at that. Now Sassy, he does get a few more knights, but keep in mind, guys, these knights, they are not the French variant. They do raid pretty well, but against these Limitenay, which he has a lot of, and soon Cataphracts, he might struggle just a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think as long as Core is looking at his map there, he should be okay. And yes, he spotted it. So no damage there. Ooh, but Sas, yeah, Sas actually loses a knight. It's pretty pricey. Those are expensive units, and you know when the numbers are so low right now, every single unit counts. But you know, I think that trade that Sas took, you know, even though it wasn't really a good trade, I think considering the state of the game, it was probably as good as he could have hoped for. So that was probably a good operation for him.
Now, Sassy is still trying his best to get a little bit more food, and we see there is still a healthy amount of deer under the TC, and with this high trade house, he's definitely happy about how safe the deer is, but the whole point of Rus at this point of the game is to be able to do damage to your opponent. Now Sassy is on a singular relic, and Cataphracts are about to join in, and it doesn't feel like he has anything in his arsenal to actually handle that. So those Cataphracts are going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, those Cataphracts are really, you know, really scary units. And I mean, he's queuing crossbows now, so it seems like he's seen something. And yeah, maybe that would have been that monk there that saw them. I'm not sure. But he definitely needs to do something about those, because 1v1, those Cataphracts are going to shred knights.
Now, those Cataphracts are going to be following their journey to see if they do find a victim or two. But we can see Core here. He's snacking on them deer. He's like, no worries, brother. I'm all the way out here. And what's interesting about this, and I want to show you guys the influence here. So, even though the villagers are running all the way back to the mill, and you might be thinking, oh, idle time. It's still okay. They're being inspired when they come into the circle. Now, ideally, you could put one here, but then they would still be inspired as they run in and out. So he does have wheelbarrow as well, so it does not make it too sad. Oh, there we go. There he goes, but he just puts it out of the range. No, Core!
Maybe he's listening to the stream.
Yeah. No, Core.
He's 5 minutes ahead, you know. He's got a time traveling thingy.
So I see also someone asking, is Beasty out? Does he get another chance? Guys, that was just a show match. He's not out. He's going to be at the LAN. PUPPYPAW is going to be at the LAN. And those boys are all at the LAN, and those Cataphracts are still running. They have decided not to be raiding today. So
what a transition there.
Yeah.
Professional caster.
What can I say? Vash, thank you very much for the raid, and Beasty as well for the earlier one. Appreciate it. We're casting some of the qualifying matches here and trying to see what we get out of it. Now, hopefully, Sassy will be able to do some damage to this, because Core's army is looking pretty scary. This does not feel like a normal Rus game that we usually see, with horse archers just dominating the map. This is now a very, very slippery slope, because Byzantines, their edge is the fact that they have cisterns, and that hasn't been punished. While on Rus's side, the professional scouts have been punished. The relics have been denied, even if it's just 2 of them. But it does not feel as clean for Sassy as he would need it to be, especially against the Byzantines right now.
Yeah, definitely. This looks pretty okay for Core. He also has a couple of olive groves there. So I think this looks pretty okay. You know, even getting 2 relics versus Rus also feels pretty good. They're just so good at getting them. So even if you're down to 2 to 3, but 2 is pretty okay. No major disadvantage.
Oh, definitely. Especially when you're getting olive oil out of it, right? Now, these archers, they need to be very careful because this is not a pure army that you can trade with, but the cataphracts are going to be joining soon as well. There are knights right behind them, though, so the armies finally meet, and the tower stays up. Now, the tower being a little bit reinforced, it does help with these units, but the spearmen are instantly on top of the knights. Beautiful micro here from Core, and that is just Core recently. Core just pulling out the plays. Very well done. Cataphracts right on top of the archers as well. Look at those guys, barely breaking a sweat.
Yeah, those cataphracts are gonna take a lot of shots to die, and yeah, thankfully he doesn't have the gulp that has a bit fallen out of favor lately. But yeah, the military numbers are still looking very, very good for Core, and he's got a good bunch of Sasiko idle right now.
We can switch over to the resources per minute now. You can see Core is in a very good spot. He does have a lot of food incoming for himself, so he does definitely feel happy about being able to replace this army. While Sass, on the other hand, he has not prioritized food as much. We see the wood being the focus here. Villagers getting picked off as well, but this one staying strong and repairing that tower. Now, he is able to push this back, but the problem is now Sassy needs to do some damage, because again, Byzantines, they're just sitting back and relaxing. We still have a lot of berries here, but that is also limited edition, so these farm transitions are going to be so crucial. But Core, he's doing it steadily while keeping that pressure up.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the end of that engagement there looked a bit iffy. I think Core probably extended his welcome a bit too much in Sassy's base there, but yeah, he has 5 villager kills. You know, bunch of cisterns, bunch of olive groves. I think he's a pretty happy boy for now.
And the farms from Rus, it definitely feels quite hard to be farm transitioning as Rus, but at least Sassy is doing this at a point of the game where he can still take on this army. Now, with the Mangonel in queue as well, he's definitely going to have a better chance at the units that he just saw earlier. But the problem is, there was a slight transition on the side of Core. Core is going for horses. And guys, when you have this many horses, it does become quite difficult to shut down. And the knights are going to go out there for the boar to try and get him down. But he might take a knight down with him. Unfortunately, the boar was not strong enough, and the boar civilization will be going down.
The boar civilization, okay.
Oh,
It would be kind of fun to have an animal civilization in the game, but I guess probably not historically accurate.
Yeah. But this game is all about historical accuracy, right?
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, the hunting cabin does block a significant portion of the bow, and we can see only 2 villages. Oh, and he has to cancel it. The hunting cabin.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, hunting cabin, 2025.
Yeah, I've made that mistake a bunch of times. It's always a bit annoying. But yeah, I mean, 100 wood, it happens.
It does feel like a very expensive mistake, but in the grand scheme of things, we have an army moving across the map, and unfortunately, Core has a big army waiting for him, and a very mobile one at that.
Ooh, those spears are a bit in the middle of nowhere there, so it looks like Core is gonna... Yeah, Sassy's gonna be looking to get that trade.
Now,
yeah, I don't think he's gonna lose a single knight here.
That feels very nice for Sassy. The thing is now he needs to get these knights to safety, at least most of them. Because if you start losing these, it's going to be really hard for him to replace these. We'll check now what the split is, but it feels like the gold is getting a little bit thin. He doesn't have a lot of upgrades here, but if he impales, it does feel expensive, and a few of the knights do get stuck, 2, 3 of them going down now. And that army just gets thinned out every single time.
Yeah, and I'm a bit actually surprised to not have no one has added a second TC yet, which is a bit surprising to me, but I mean, why not, right? They're just fighting it out. Core has a lot of stone in the bank, so I don't know, maybe there's a keep coming at some point, or maybe a TC, I don't know.
Yeah, Core is in a very comfortable position though, and I think he realizes this. Oh, with the horsemen, they're getting on top of one of the mangoes, and the other one is completely unprotected. They're gonna get right on top of it as well. He tries to get between the archers trying to find us around. They do find one. but there's a hole there, and ooh, the horses not able to find it completely initially, but now, never mind, they cleaned it up. The horses taking down 2 very expensive units, and now the knights are being impaled by the spears. They are doing really good work against the archers here, but as we see that 20 gold popping as well, Core is picking up a villager every now and again, and Core just has the ability to replace this army. Well, Sassy right now doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, this feels very, you know, a bit too deep for Core, but he just wants to kill him, and he's looking pretty close. Oh, and here comes the second TC. Yeah, I mean, this, you know, this is very, very aggro considering you're building a second TC in the back, but yeah, that's just what he feels he has to do. And I mean, that was probably a decent trade in the end.
Now, what Sassy is very comfortable on is knight civilizations in general. Sassy is a really good raider. He knows where to harass. He knows when to harass. The thing that usually differs with Sassy's raiding play here is he very often sacrifices some of his knights. Not on purpose, of course. And this is just, I think, the one thing that's still separating him from growing into that top 8 that we've been seeing. Because Sassy is one of those people, he shows his head, he takes down someone really good, and then he struggles to maintain it every now and again. But he's a very aggressive player. And right now, seeing his knights go around and keep looking for damage, even though he's under pressure, even though he knows there's a lot of things coming, he's ensuring to keep that pressure up. And he's getting very close to being aggressive enough to do some proper damage to people. But you can see this is still a very slippery slope and very easy mistake to make for most people. So Core definitely ready to do that final death push, and I just don't think Sassy is going to be ready with these units. He does have a few men-at-arms in the mix as well now, but those fire rams are going to be absolutely disgusting to handle. Now, the knights, they do pick off a little victim here, but they do pull back because they realize every number matters.
Yeah, definitely, but you know, Sassy is you know, he's falling behind a bit on eco there. He's what, 13 villages behind, and his pro scout is gone, so now the raw eco from the cisterns is looking pretty strong. Even though, you know, being Rus, he also has a lot of economic bonus. The economy is definitely one of the best in the game. But I think Core is quite ahead right now, and to be honest, I'm a bit surprised with how aggressive he's playing this, considering how ahead he is in economy.
Yeah, this is a little bit of Core's wild card energy. Now, Core is the one day he's pulling things out of the hat, and the next moment he's just the most aggressive man you'll see in the shop. But now look at that, Tricky. Those poor little spearmen are fighting their way through, but the archers and crossbows just cannot do enough.
Yeah, this is really good position for him. But the mangoes are looking a bit scary. That's a lot of longbows. And he doesn't really have any way to get on top of the mangoes, and yeah, I'm a bit scared for that army. Looks like for now Sass is holding.
Now,
but yeah, we saw Core has that second TC, so every minute that keeps ticking is he just gets ahead and ahead and ahead.
And you can see Sassy's form transition has not been as smooth. This has been now interrupted by a little bit of a cataphract, but it does feel like the raiding is not going to stop. And I say that, I see the keep bow coming down. This is going to be very tough.
Yeah, that farm transition you were looking at was those farms were a bit ugly. Like if you're you know, a city building enjoyer, this is not the look you want your farm to have. But hey, they'll do the job.
They make the food, yes, very good.
They make the food.
They make the food, very good, yes. Now the second TC coming through from Rus, and I realize we have a Rus game. I can do Rus accent for this, yes. So we are going to play against a very big army here, and honestly, Core is just going for more disgusting units, as you can see, just more longbowmen, disgusting. He just wants to keep making this pressure that's coming from the top. Now, with all the upgrades, Core is probably going for Imperial Age pretty soon, because at this point, he just has too many units to actually keep on producing. He's gonna get that 200 pop cap, and Sassy, he's so far not looking any better for him. Can you do
I was captivated. I was captivated by your accent. That was pretty good.
Can you do a
not sure if,
Byzantines one?
Actually, I don't really know. I can do a kataskopos.
Kataskopos, yes. Oh, I put it in Russian.
Kataskopos. I mean, you know, there's a lot of Russians in Greece. So, you know, why not? Why not?
Okay. Etymos.
No.
Okay.
Caballarios.
Oh, I keep Russianing it. Ah. Now, Core's getting a little bit defensive here. That's good. This is responsible Byzantining. Because a lot of us, guys, and I know you guys in Twitch chat, you guys are sitting here like, I don't why is he making keep when he can make towers? This is responsible keeping. He went ahead and he put a keep in his opponent's gold. That's going to be a really big surprise for Sassy. But what he did is he made one at home as well, just to ensure that that farming economy has something to protect it. Now, this becomes as easy as 1, 2, 3 wall, and you have a pretty safe economy, though. Core, like we said, getting a little bit close to the pop cap. He's Malaga. Oh, wait, let me see if I can... Hey, Malaga, this is, it's looking good. I don't know, no, I can't. I can only do it. My WoW guildies Malaga. My WoW guildies we had a lot of Greeks, and it was always pretty funny, but they will, all the people that we did deal with, they were very specific area, so unfortunately, guys, not today. No. But these horses, though, they are cleaning up pretty good, eh? And look at that, wall right through, easy defense. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of a wall. And apparently, if you want to keep your economy safe, build a wall.
Yeah, I mean, I know if it was you, there would be like 20 mango towers in this farm right now. But thankfully, Core is not you, so he doesn't abuse broken mechanics like that.
Yes, of course. Now, Core goes for the keeps. Those things are way more balanced. And they don't have bank and element placements in them. He's an honorable man.
Yeah, very honorable.
Now,
I mean, those mango towers are kind of gross, but it's okay.
Okay, guys.
Oh, he's going. It's kind of funny that. Yeah, okay, so he got his own gold keep dropped, and now he's looking to steal Core's gold.
We have some vision on those poor villages, and I want you guys to follow these stories as the push is coming in on this side too. Now that is going to be the redemption gold for them. And I honestly think that Core is in a very good position to take that down though. Because as we can see, I don't know where that bad boy is, but there's a real cannon on this map. And I don't know about you, Shuki, but I think Sassy is a little bit cooked when it comes to the real cannon. But guys, there are some shenanigans on the way. These boys are about to spot something on the rise.
Spot, there's a bunch of knights with it, so I think Core is about to lose a bunch of villagers, and this is a very, very good timing for Sassy there.
Now, he does have a lot of
victims. He's probably going to be molding at this, but at least he has the information that there's a keep drop happening there, and indeed he already has 2 cannons on the field, so I don't think that keep is going to be living too long.
That keep against the cannon feels very tough, especially now with the age up coming through. Sassy is going to need the time to actually be able to get those upgrades. So actually, he needs to be able to fight this under the keep, and it just feels like he's nowhere close to it. Getting boiling oil now, the second player I've seen in the last 3 weeks getting boiling oil. Ladies and gentlemen, Sassy making boiling oil great again. So again, for those of you who joined a little later, we haven't been seeing boiling oil from players. And it's been very, very confusing because the keeps just get burnt down. So now, finally, we got Beasty making boiling oil. We have Sassy making boiling oil. Now, unfortunately, he's got rail cannons to go with it. So boiling oil doesn't do too well against rail cannons. So use case is just not as effective as it needed to be. Different use case, yes.
Yeah, I think Sassy is gonna need to run away with there. And honestly, all those villagers are, if they don't have that keep, I don't know, they're probably not gonna be too long for this world. He's gonna go hide, but there's no army there to protect them. I think Core is smelling blood there, but okay, Seth just goes around.
If you don't go...
Core has to know. Oh, he just shows a couple of them. Wait, what is this?
Yes. He tries to bait him away from these. And you guys can see them running around for their lives now. The knights, on the other hand, though, you see, we'll just keep an eye on these bad boys. And they are staying alive for now. Never mind. They want to go run to their deaths as well. They're trying to find a good space to be. But great pickup here from Sassy. And that's what I said earlier. Sassy, he keeps the pressure up, even when the pressure is on him as well. Now, there is 2 bombards, or there are 2 bombards coming out for him pretty soon. And you can see the villagers trying to make their way back to the base, but this is going to be a very hard place to run back to. And now, Byzantines, you have big gold. Yes, very good. It is going to be so great for army.
Yeah, I kind of wish I could do the Russian accent, but I can't do the Russian accent.
You do the French one, and that one is the hardest. I'm sure we'll get a French game today.
You know, when you're French speaking, the French accent is kind of easy, right?
Oh, we need to.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there was a bunch of raiding and a bunch of eco dying everywhere, but right now, Core is still pretty much 30 eco ahead, so he's got a pretty good position in this game.
And the problem is, those rail cannons are super protected. Sassy is not in a position to actually collapse on them. We see Core max pop. He's got a lot of units in queue to replace this with as well. Sassy, he's currently drowning a little bit, but you can see focusing.
Ow.
Ouch.
Okay, saw it. I was a bit scared there. I thought he would not see it for a bit. Oh, but that's all the thieves is gonna go down. Really beautiful unit sandwich there by Sass.
Absolutely amazing play by Sassy, doing the best work at coming from behind and making sure he cleans everything up. That's a good man right there. He is now cleaning up the rest of this army with the horses, but the mangonels, they might be in danger if Sassy doesn't keep track of this. It does feel like Sassy knows, but that is a very heavy stream of units. And he needs to be very careful. If Core can gather these and try to push again, and that's exactly what he pulls back right now, he realizes, one by one, you guys are not worth much. But as a team, we will be taking down this army.
That is very true. I mean, even with this amazing trade that Sass just took, he's still they're still pretty much equal in military numbers. But yeah, I mean, you know, Core, I think, is still ahead in this game, but this is the kind of play. This hunting cabin is beautiful, by the way. But yeah, this is the kind of play that he's gonna need to keep making happen if he wants to have a chance at coming back. Because I don't know if you look, for example, at the food per minute. Those numbers are looking a bit skewed towards Core right now.
A bit, yeah, I would say. A tiny bit, though.
And the gold is not looking so great either.
Ooh. And that's a gold with university upgrades coming in. Incendiary arrows next. And I don't know about you guys, but when I see incendiary arrows, I fear for my damn life. Now, finally, they do break through, and 1,862 gold up for grabs. Sergi says, yes, very good, I need this. But problem, we have lots of boys that are about to get crunched on. And the villagers, they're pulled to try and repair them, but it doesn't look like it will be enough. Today you die. Oh wait, that's the Byzantines making sure that they die. But unfortunately, it doesn't feel like Sassy has the ability to replace those. You can see he's got one only, and you see the resources are just not stacking up for this. And the keep stayed alive. Very good.
This is the power of a horseman in the late game. I really like getting when you get to that point of the game where you have so much eco, and horsemen at this point are basically free because they only cost food, and you have endless amount of food theoretically. So you can just spam them and send them everywhere and create chaos, and yeah, they're just so good at picking up siege and reinforcements, raiding. Very good unit in the late game.
Now, you can see these French cannons, they're just kind of, being quite French. Very dominant and very aggressive. Very passionate about what they do. Speaking a lovely accent.
French people do?
Yes. Aren't you guys passionate about stuff? French-speaking people, sorry, Sergey.
Yeah, I guess. But I think we should look at this game because I think Sass is having a pretty bad time right now. I think Core might actually be doing it. Ooh, and yes,
Yes.
steps out.
Quick says Core. Quick, I say. But this was a pretty long game, Shuki.
Yeah. Nah, it's okay. We've had a very short series before.
Very
this is
short.
fine.
No.
This is a BO5, right?
Yes, this is a BO5. Shuki is like, oh shit. I'm not practiced for this. So
my stamina is not good enough.
it's okay. You can't be perfect. So guys, just for reference, Shuki is coming to the LAN with us as well. He's gonna be our videographer / photographer, but I wanna pull him into the casting desk and I'm gonna force him on there because we do have the French boys also coming. So I think you might actually have a good time over there. So.
Ooh, these French boys. I mean, us Belgian and French, we don't get along too well. There's a bit of a rivalry.
You do?
No, I mean we do get along, but there is a bit of a rivalry between us. I mean, so is the same between neighbors, right?
But what is the rivalry about? Is it like who has the original baguette, or what do the people actually argue about? No,
Yes,
in my
we fight
country,
about
the
original
baguettes. The baguettes are so much better. They're soft and I don't know what you are talking about. In my country, the baguettes are the best. I did the Italian hands though.
Yeah, exactly. That's we know. We talk a lot about the golden baguette, the legend of the golden baguette. That our ancestors brought back from the land of the gods.
And who was it gifted to? Was it gifted to the Belgians, or was it gifted to the French?
Yeah, to the Belgians.
Of course. Now, guys, if you see me looking this way, I'm looking down at you, Twitch chat. I need to see if you're saying anything that is important. But this is Twitch chat. You guys are always saying something important. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Injury vs. Aobids, though, so I hope you boys are ready for some shenanigans, because we're about to hop on in. Let me press the button and... La! Very good. So, now, Shuki. We cannot make an Aobids accent, otherwise we might get cancelled. But we can definitely make an HRE one. So, take it away, Shuki.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I can do the German accent, actually. I haven't practiced that one too much.
Okay.
How do we do German? You're pretty good at German accent.
The problem is if I do German accent, I keep switching back to German. I keep speaking German. And a very bad German and then, ja, Kor haben einen Prellet hier, ja. Das ist so gut. Here is yours, but the aggressive one. Oh, no, I can't. I want to switch to Norwegian every time. Okay, I can't, guys. I learned Norwegian for LAN reasons, and now I have a very useless language in my arsenal, but it stops me from speaking German. Anyway, Aobids vs. HRE. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go right through the scouting stages of said game and get into our aging session, because as we can see, this map, not caramel like the delicious golden syrup caramel, which means that they just don't have that extra A, which is absolutely delicious, which means they have a lot less gold. So this means that civilizations that thrive on little gold, usually they do pretty well in this scenario. Because once these run out, it does get a little hairy. You do have one here at the back. Oh my god, Core! Girl, what you gonna do with all of those, baby?
Well, that's a very nice sheep hole, but this map has more sheep, so I think maybe Sass also has a good sheep hole.
Oh! Look at that,
They're
boys.
both happy boys. I mean, this is the particularity of this map. A ton of food, double boar, lots of deer, lots of berry bushes, and lots of sheep. But as you said, not much gold.
So now the big question is this the type of map that you go fast castle on? Or is this the type of map you go per scout on? Because with this type of situation, you definitely feel like, hey, I could be eating those. But at the same time, you're playing against a civilization that, they can also go both ways. So let's look at the villager split here so we can see what the boys are cooking. And it does look like Sass is going for, if he's going for fast castle, we call this responsible castle because he's getting some wood and he's going to ensure he's a little bit safer about it. That wood can produce a military building. It can produce something defensive. It can go out on the map and eat stuff. So definitely a much safer aspect to this. But core, this man is going straight for the fast castle, boys. He's cooking us, and he's cooking us probably a delicious burger.
Yeah. Ooh, delicious burger. You think? I mean, the burger rush has been one of Core's staple move, right? I remember a couple of games with Beasty. Where he pulled it off against him and even beat him a couple of times. He still talks about it like 3 years later.
Oh yeah, that sounds pretty standard.
But yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I would have thought he would have gone for like pro scout shenanigans and maybe a bit of feudal in there. But no, it looks like our friend Core is just going to be a greedy goose and go straight to castle. And I mean, burger seems kind of wild against the Civ that you know is most likely going to be castle soon after you, but
you're right. You're right. I was being a greedy goose. I wanted the burger, Shuki. It was a me problem. It wasn't a them problem. Core is not the kind of guy who would build a burger. Just like you are not the kind of guy who would tower rush people. I don't think Core would build a burger.
No, never. He would never build a burger.
Yeah, no. He's honorable, guys, actually. So, Shuki, your microphone... Okay, wait. We needed the safe word. We needed this...
What the hell?
Put it in your mouth. Or just give us some life.
Don't say that too loud. Don't say that too loud.
Okay.
Wait, I'll just turn it up a bit.
There we go. That's the right one. Guys, he improved the gain. Ladies and gentlemen, Shuki's back.
God damn it.
Okay, so...
Alright, I don't understand like why it keeps happening. I'm literally like eating my mic right now, but hey.
Oh, Shuki!
Oh my god, he's doing it. He's doing it.
Disgusting. But that's the thing you mentioned. You wouldn't do this against a civilization that can respond. And they're also going to go fast castle. The thing is now, Sassy can go in one of two ways. He can go military wing or he can go eco wing. Eco wing is just going to ensure that if he loses a few villages, it's okay. But military wing, on the other hand, that's going to produce some very nice camels to handle the burger spam. So I don't know where this becomes worth it, actually. Now with the burger palace, I'm feeling quite hungry already. He's definitely going to have a pretty good spot here as he can pick these up with the dervishes very fast. But now, Sassy knows about this. And going for that scout second check as well, just to make sure, okay, that wasn't a cancel. We're still getting burgered. I was feeling a little peckish, and a blacksmith to follow that.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very strong play. The Burger Palace, a play that's almost as old as the game at this point. But yeah, he has to make something happen. And I mean, he's gonna be running out of gold pretty soon, and there's a bit of units. Gold. No, I mean gold too, but food. So yeah, let's. I don't really know how this is going to go. I would have never done this, but hey, Core is a much better player than I am. So
yes.
So, let's see how this goes.
And the problem is just Sass is also behind this. He can easily get units that can handle these. And you can see now the camels are doing work. And I think Sassy kind of forgot, or Sassy Core kind of forgot about these bad boys. Because apparently, ladies and gentlemen, dervishes will outdamage any men-at-arms, or out-heal any men-at-arms damage that comes your camel's way. They are there to keep your army alive. Invest today in dervish.
Yeah, this is wow. Those dervishes are just so good, right? They're giving Sassy so much time, and I guess one thing, there's a trade-off. I was thinking, maybe he could, if he was under pressure, he could have rushed out with the, I don't remember the name of the wing that makes you age way faster for cheaper. But considering he already went for the dervishes, he can't do that, so he actually has to buy time. And yeah, he's just spamming the camels. And the camels are actually doing pretty okay versus the men-at-arms.
The problem is just he needs to get resources. Because you can see he wants to go castle. Oh, and pulls back that villager perfectly. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was brought to you by Sassy. Sassy, the fast man. But he will lose a poor villager along the way. Now the thing is, these men-at-arms are going to be a little bit harder to kill as time goes on. But you can see that beautiful camel micro, making sure that it goes the other way around. Now a little bit in danger. He has to make sure to keep these boys alive because this is going to get hairier and hairier. And you guys can see he doesn't have a lot of gold left in the bank.
Yeah, definitely. But it's also Core is also a bit on the timer because the food is definitely going to run out too. So
Mm.
Ika is going. Yeah, that's it. He has no more food under his CC, so now he needs to move out. And if Sas can somehow stabilize and get map control back with what he has on the field, and honestly, I don't know how this is going to go because I have not seen this interaction before with a camel. I mean, desert traders and men at arms like this. But
Honest,
it looks like Core is maybe doing it.
it does. On my side, I feel like Sassy is putting up a pretty good fight here. Now with the ranged attack, he is able to do some work. We can see he's got +1 as well. And we'll see if that was a worthy investment. Focus firing the spears to ensure he does not lose too much. But it does feel like the men-at-arms are just not packing enough of a punch here to take down the camels, and the numbers are increasing. He's not stopping with the production. We don't see Sassy slowing down at any point. And now with that +1, you guys can see the damage. It is absolutely obliterating these men-at-arms. And now these guys can start kiting because the men-at-arms, they are not in charge anymore.
Yeah, Sassy held this wonderfully, and I mean the dervishes are really giving so much value here because the men-at-arms are really tanky, but they're not known to be a high DPS unit, right? And they're just not able to out DPS the dervishes, and Sass is getting ready to click his age up pretty soon.
We'll see what he decides to go for, because now, again, two viable choices. Again, now you can get the camels to just keep the push going, and that's exactly what he's going for. Or even just get the villagers to get further ahead. But you don't want to slow down this aggression. You want to make sure you're keeping it up, because just like you said, Tricky, the food will run out. This isn't inspired by a prelate. This isn't busted HRE that we make Reddit posts about. This is just a bunch of villagers trying to get some food and feed their army. But now men-at-arms and spearmen are just not doing the same as before, and no relics have been picked up by Core either.
Yeah, he's definitely super all in with this play. And I mean, you've burgered quite a bit too. You kind of know how it goes. Usually, if you're not inside under the TC, idling the entire eco at this stage, it's usually not too good for you. And yeah, right now Sass is holding this pretty well and just kiting these men-at-arms to oblivion.
Yeah, the burger definitely feels a little bit underwhelming from this point on. If you don't get that early damage down, we do see that Core killed one total villager, but now the games begin. And Sassy is the one being aggressive. And again, this is what we talked about last game. The fact that Sassy is the type of player who can still put the pressure up even when he's under duress just gives him so much of an opening to actually do so well. It's a beautiful push here. He's got a little bit of idle timing on the villagers. That men-at-arm doing the same. And this is what sets these players apart from players like us and players like Twitch chat. I'm joking, Twitch chat. You guys would all be Core and Sassy in your sleep, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've never lost to Core and I've never lost to Sass.
Yeah, that's true. I have lost to Sassy. Never mind. Oh, and Core actually got me on ladder once. Never mind.
Really? Did you get sniped by Core?
I don't know if I got sniped, but I definitely got killed by Core. So I think those two are very different.
That is disgusting.
Now, it does feel like Core here is starting to run out of steam. I know he's been running low on steam, but now all of a sudden, I'm looking at these camel numbers. And just like I always say in StarCraft, they used to say, "The supply does not lie." And right now, the supply is not lying. It's telling us a story of a very big man in danger. And his name is Core. And I say he's big because he's tall as hail. Core, guys, massive German lad. So, definitely got some Chad energy going on. But Sassy on the earbuds, he's fly AF and he's able to take things down.
Yeah, I mean, the army value right now is looking kind of pathetic for Core. He's got, half of the army value of Sass, and Sass is actually able now to finally make actually real counters to the men-at-arms of, the camels. While they, did the job, they're not actually counters. They just kind of do the job. But yeah, now he's making crossbows, and I don't know. I don't know, Yman, but this burger rush doesn't seem like it's paid off too much.
Now you just have a situation where your infantry charge faster. And that could be useful in the late game. But Core hasn't been able to secure any relics from here. Now, this again could just be pure focus and the fact that Sassy is actually able to counterattack. But now he's gonna run out of gold pretty soon. And after the second gold, things get very, very tricky. This is why on a map like this, if you do get into the situation, you want to have a civilization like Zushi in China, I believe, where you can actually survive on that limited amount of gold and or imagine a nice little Rus over here. Oh my goodness. Your deer income, every income, absolutely disgusting. But now the Woolalaw comes through. Reminds Core, oh yeah, I need to think about those bad boys as well. He does pick up one of them. And one of the relics will make it home, I say, while he's getting impaled. But the knights, the lancers, are there to tank up a few more shots as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Core actually has he has 4 prelates right now and he doesn't have a single relic. I mean, just right now he just picked up one, which looks to be on his way, but this just shows you how rough of a game this has been for him. Really, nothing has gone according to plan.
So now once you get into this point of the game, you have to ask yourself, okay, how can I potentially get out of this? And I think the situation here is, I don't know, I don't think there's a way for him to do so. So I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe some kind of imperial shenanigans, but I don't know. On this map, if you couldn't manage to secure the relics, like yeah, you might be able to get imperial, but then you have no gold. You can't do anything. I don't know. I don't know what they do.
You know, I love how much you admit that you are unsure about the situation. I think that that we're a little bit clueless, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we put our A team, all the Conk 3 chads that carry Shuki in ranked, and that used to carry me in ranked as well before I stopped playing team games as much because now there's too much to do. Myriad and them will be able to carry us through that type of information. I don't know, information processing, but at the moment, boys, there's a gold. It's about to get secured, and I must apologize for my zooming. I think it's the ADHD that starts to kick in when I do have to fiddle, and we just end up doing this the whole time. So, now, the food is running low. We see 2 villagers staring at the last deer that they think exists, as the other one is just out of the vision. They are really just thinking about what we can do for the rest of this game when our food runs out. The farm transition is barren. We've got 2 farms, and I remember a song, 10 farms. This does not match up just yet. So Core, he needs to think about
the 10 farms.
Yeah, this is not the 10 farms they were singing about.
No. But yeah, I think Core is in a really rough situation right now, and I'm really not sure what he's supposed to do. Probably creating chaos and trying to find a good amount of eco damage. But right now, Sass is kind of doing whatever he wants. And I mean, you know, we've talked about this a bunch. There's a limited gold on this map, but there's that very big gold vein in the middle. And a lot of times, the one who controls that gold vein kind of just wins the game.
Exactly. And you can see, you said Core needs to make a little chaos, but we can see the one making the chaos is Sassy. He's got those mobile units, and even though Core has some very scary ones, direct counters, lots of spears, Sassy is thinking about what is next for him as well. And that very heavy archer army is starting to form. We can see them now chasing after their poor little camels, while the rest of the villagers are coming into the middle here. Now, Sassy securing this gold this is a very dominant position to be in, especially not being contested whatsoever, and he's getting those towers reinforced to top it off with as well. Now, we do have a Camel Lancer running around, running amok, and he could potentially go disrupt that food source as well, because right now what we see is 79 gold per minute, and that's most likely just that singular relic doing work.
Yes, indeed, that singular relic. As a nature enjoy yourself, I think you can relate to how painful this has to feel right now for Core.
Now the tower does get reinforced, but unfortunately the tower is just made of stone, not steel. and it will not be able to withstand all of these guys. The archers, they are trying to guide back. The horsemen switch in. Does make this a little bit better, but the problem is there's so many camels to debuff this when they do a little bit of a turnaround as well. Another camel lancer going down, and Sassy, he will be able to take down a lot of units here, but Core, he's holding on. He's holding on for dear life, and he's trying to make this work.
Yeah, the tower providing a pretty good DPS, and I think it's not gonna go down. So, you know, a pretty decent first cleanup from Core, but he's gonna need much more than this if he wants to come back in this game, I think.
Yeah, Sassy definitely not trading his army as well as he might have wanted to, but at the same time, he's got a lot more coming. They're all in position, and now he knows about that horseman switch and instantly goes to spearman. Now, that is the beauty of counter units, ladies and gentlemen, and that is why these guys are where they are today, facing off in the qualifier to just make sure that they can pump all the way in Copenhagen. Now, it does look like the tower does get fully repaired. The berries will yet be safe again. And now the next target is going to be on this very delicious looking deer pack.
Make the berries safe again. That was a beautiful saying. I will have to keep that one. Thank you, Yman.
No worries, no worries. I'm here to serve.
To provide the poetry and the what is it, the catch lines.
Yes, the beautiful South African inherent poetry that I've been genetically predispositioned to. And that is why
Really?
we're just no, I'm making a joke. Oh, not at all. That was a pretty bad joke as well.
Are you guys known to have to be making poets?
No, I don't think so. It's like, you know how Austrians are usually, or they have the greatest musicians. I don't know. We probably have the greatest rugby players, and that's probably all we can offer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys are really good at rugby.
Yeah, well, we're better at running than those poor villagers. And look at, man, those poor guys. We can also ride camels, by the way. Very, very rare skill. So I resonate with the Abassid player here. But it definitely feels like Core made this decision. He stuck to it, and he hasn't really thought about transitioning out of it. He's like, okay, it hasn't worked, but if I keep pushing, it might. And we can see with the unit composition he's doing. And now with the raiding, just like you said, if he wants to get back into this, he needs to be a little bit more active on the map. But the problem is, I think he just gave Sassy too much time. So now with Sassy being on the middle gold, it looks very even if you guys look at this economically. But Sassy has 4 relics. He's getting a second TC that I completely missed until I got that ping. And this makes it a lot better for Sassy going into the later stages of this game. Because now with 2,000 gold in the bank, even if he eventually does get pushed off here, he's probably pretty okay for a while.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, he has 4 relics, so he's not gonna be starving for gold as much as Core is. And the longer this game goes, right now, the more advantage he's going to get. And yeah, it's definitely on Core to make something happen right now. So, Yman, are we about to get another 15-minute game here?
I don't believe so, because Core's a few minutes of survival, I believe, are going to run out pretty soon. This gold vein has 1,000 gold left in it. And guys, that's a very tiny gold vein. There's not a lot these villagers can gather, but they are... Oh, banana bread. So, he does...
I will just turn it all the way up.
Turn it all the way up, thank you.
I'm literally not moving. Like, what? I don't know.
We need to get you a SteelSeries alias mic, so you can...
Oh, that is why it's not working, because it's not SteelSeries. That makes sense.
Exactly. We'll get one of those shipped to you, so you can...
That makes sense.
Okay, then we'll fix that sound issue, don't you worry, sir. It's got its own little preamp. You can turn that bad boy up as you need. It's lovely.
You know, this was all scripted actually. The mic issues were all scripted so that we could slide that in.
Yeah, so we can get this. So we can get SteelSeries to fix our issues here as well for the future. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you highlighted the issue. So next stream, people will be like, that sounds a lot better. Yes, we can actually hear him now.
I mean, maybe they don't want to hear me. I don't know.
Don't say that. You guys also play really good rugby.
Do we? I don't think so. I don't even
But the
know if we
Flemish
have a
side, the
team.
Flemish side, not you guys. Never
Oh.
mind. You guys are you're the baguette boys.
I don't think we're good at rugby. But
Okay. Okay.
we used to be really good at football. You know, like proper football.
From the baguette side
But,
or from the stroopwafel side?
I think it was a mix. It
Oh
was a mix. You
wow.
know?
Okay.
It was a mix. But yeah, now they're all old, so now we're about again. It's okay.
It's okay.
Apparently, we're good at biking. We're good at cycling.
Okay. Yeah. Specialized skill right there. Now, what I do want to point out, guys, is Sassy, he's banking up for the late game. He knows that this is a limited edition gold vein. He knows what HRE late game can do. The thing is, I do believe, let's quickly check my farm counter. That's 11 farms, actually. That's 11 farms right there. I do think
That's more than 10.
I'm thinking about this. Tommy, if you're in the chat, we need a little graphic over here that we can edit on our side. And every single time I click on the farms, you can quickly update the farm count. So we can look at that throughout the stream and make sure that the casters know how many farms these people are on. So we can ensure to make the cast count to 10. And once they count to 10, we know who's going to win.
Is that how this game works?
Yes,
The first 10 farms wins? Okay.
The problem is the meme isn't as good as 80 Bunty, so we haven't been able to replicate it, yeah. We need the 10 farms to speak a little bit louder.
I mean, you know, it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good.
Apple crumble, or what was the word again? No. Okay, there we go. Banana bread. There we go. Sassy now getting the beautiful camels impaled, but he's got a very solid army behind this and an economic wing coming as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who haven't seen... Oh, that is an industry. Oh, 900 stone as well? Oh my goodness.
I've never seen anyone go Imperial with this. That is kind of wild, actually.
That is a lot of stuff. You can get, and villages build faster. Imagine that keep. They're about to drop a keep on the rest of the gold as well.
Wait, so you get 2,000 wood and 900 stone from it?
It definitely feels worth it.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the price of your age up. That's actually kind of insane. Now, I'm not exactly sure what you want. I mean, I guess you can do a farm transition with 2,000 wood. But yeah, that is wild. I have literally never seen anyone do that.
I was honestly thinking that he was gonna go for the growth, because then the villagers work faster as well. But honestly, who needs growth wing when you've got 900 extra stone to secure the rest of the gold on the map, knowing that your opponent is HRE with a burger and no relics? So Core right now, he's on a ticking time bomb, and he knows this. Ladies and gentlemen, Core and his rams are ready. Are you guys ready, Twitch chat, to see Core ram down every last hope and dream of Sassy in the middle?
Yeah, he's gonna try to take control of that middle gold again, but I think he's probably mined a good amount of it already, no? Not sure how much is left there, but...
And that's what makes this map so great.
We do have the picture-in-picture...
we do. We are looking at the army. Never mind. Thank you. Shuki.
That's okay.
Now with the age up tick... Oh, as going through, this is the moment Core knows he needs to fight. So let's go look at those horses. As they're charging in, we see the purple smoke around them. They're feeling pretty uneased right now, and the gold is pushed off. Sassy knows, I've got 6 million gold in the bank. I am okay. Now, with these towers fighting back, it definitely feels like Core has this momentarily gained advantage here, but the problem is he pulls back and the upgrades are almost in. The camels are not upgraded just yet, but it looks like they're willing to fight this out already. And, oof, that's a lot of archers firing.
That's a really good timing from Core, and he's managed to get almost the entire fight in before the upgrade kicks in, and now there's a couple upgraders starting to come in. And I'm not sure if he's doing it. This is a bit of a wild one. It looks like Core's numbers are falling. Well, I don't know. I don't know who is winning this, but for now, everybody's holding. They're pushing. But hey, South is 1 age ahead, so yeah, that's it. Core just taps out.
Sash was 1 age ahead, and he was currently suffering of... Core was suffering from the gold depletion, actually. So,
yeah.
Gold depletion, it ends games. So, Core and Sassy, 1-1 right now. who will prevail? Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, we're getting the Holy Island next.
we are getting Holy Island. And wait. Are we getting Holy Island? We are getting Holy Island. Oh my goodness. Now, neither of these players are really known for their water plays. You know how when you now see Scatterbrain on water, people are like, oh my god, Scatterbrain's pretty wild. But neither of these players are having that status just yet. But the difference is, there's a Zushi on this map, and Sassy is on Zushi. Now, I don't think this is a free win, just because both of these players, neither of them are as, I don't want to say experienced, but neither of them are as prominent on water. So if Core pulls off something crazy, I think Zushi might be able to be outdone, because we know how good Zushi is, especially on maps where, you know, there's a little bit of a drop in the ocean. So we'll hop on in. Give me 1 second, I just need to set up that second PC. So ladies and gentlemen, let us see what happens on water.
On water?
Water?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, you know, English Sushi. I think we've probably seen this matchup a couple times, both since people have been enjoying them on this map. I think this, for all the English enjoyers in the chat, this is probably like the last map where people are actually picking English, I think. I don't really remember in recent memory where people have been enjoying English. And yeah, I think it's mostly actually for one reason, I guess, probably two reasons, but one of the biggest strengths of English on this map is that they have a special upgrade that gives extra range to their military ships.
That does.
And, that is really, really good for kiting.
And definitely is, especially if you are good at those fast movements. And Core, he's shown us that he is. So, aside from the banana bread that he's going to be fish that he's going to be snacking on the side, he is, for those of you who are confused, banana bread is our code word if Shuki's microphone is too quiet.
Bro, I really don't. Something has to be wrong though, because like I'm literally not moving. But I don't know. I'll try to turn it up more. But I'm not moving, so I don't really know what's happening.
So I see. Is there something about this map that forces you to play on the water, or can you win by ignoring it? So there have been some instances where players do win without going on the water, or without winning the water. But the early advantage from the food income is so strong. Ooh, let me switch to players as well. It's so strong that you cannot ignore it. The thing is, this is what happens if I cast. I will explain stuff to you. So the deep water fish income is just so fast, and it's so important for the economy that if you just let your opponent get all these deep sea fish by himself without contesting it, he's gonna be ahead so fast, because it's so hard for you to do damage already. Now, in an open position like this, you could potentially argue that, hey, I can just go for a feudal aggression and they won't be able to do much. And there are some civs that do it, especially on hybrid maps, but the water is just exponentially better in this regard. So yes, there are some use cases, but at the top level, players play this safe, but also the most effective way they can. So water is just the most effective if they last longer. So yes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, I think I remember seeing, I think who was it? I think Faye, I remember seeing once on this map try some Dark Age shenanigans without getting underwater, and I think she won. But could you be able to beat a guy like a Marine Lord or Beastie with this? I'm not too sure.
And the reason, do you know why you can't beat Beastie or Marine Lord with this? Or even anyone in the top 12? It's because they aren't like the rest of us. Guys, they scout. Look at that. Look at that Sassy. He's scouting. He's gonna go right there and he's like, oh my goodness, he is on water. That's very important. Now on the other side, yes, same thing. Oh, he only has 2 on gold. I am safe. I don't need to be worried. So if you scout that your opponent is not on water, you're going to stop making fishing boats, and you're just going to make land aggression on top of this. And guys, this is the other use case. Now, for those of you who don't know...
Tell us, Brandon.
This is disgusting. So the Lancaster Castle is usually the choice by English, but if you get the Abbey of Kings, ladies and gentlemen, this thing will make you a military unit. And considering the spawn that Core has scouted, he is going to be able to ensure that he can go and shut this down. Now, I want to point out what Core is also doing here.
Wait, yeah, I was going to talk about this dirty boy.
Oh my goodness. I thought killing sheep to block the Malian mill or Malian thing is forbidden. I think this falls into the spirit of that. Yeah, I
guess it's a bit different because like the Malians, they kind of don't really have a choice. I mean, it depends on the map, right? But in a lot of maps, they don't really have a choice. Like but they have the choice. They can drop it wherever. Wait, no, I don't know what I'm saying. I've lost my train of thought. Anyway, he can drop this meditation garden like in a lot of different spots, right? Malians, they can only dropping on gold. So like if you grieve all the golds, it's a bit I don't know, it's a bit different.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see this is also something that Sassy is aware of. He knows he scouted this most likely. He knows that there's things coming. And this is why he is getting a tower on this, because he needs to find a way to stop this. Now, this is going to mean that Core potentially won't be able to contest water as well, because he is now going for a lot more on gold. And as we can see, he's only getting his second dock right now, while Sassy is getting his third. So in this scenario, if Sassy continues and he just takes over the water, he wins water. But he needs to find a way to respond to this. And getting the gold here is going to be his way. But this is now where you start forcing mistakes out of your opponent. And Core, he has a king. Very nice.
Yeah, king is a very good unit. No,
oh my god.
The king is the other what?
I just realized Shuki, I said he's playing against Lancaster. And I realized that he's playing against English. Guys, yeah, I was wrong.
Oh, you thought it was Lancaster?
Yeah, for some reason my brain just zoned out. Look at that! And all of a sudden Sassy is distracted by this singular king. And he loses a fishing ship in the process. Now, this is exactly what I was mentioning earlier. The fact that these players are making mistakes is only because the other player are forcing it. They are making sure that there is going to be reactions on this. So guys, I apologize. This is not Lancaster Castle. This would have been Longbows or King. And he opted to go for the King. Very, very smart choice, because that is a free military unit that Sassy needs to find a way to handle. And he's found a way.
I mean, you said it was gonna make strong military unit. It wasn't wrong. It made
that
a
is
strong
true.
Military unit, right? So
yes, yes.
But we also saw Core. You had a lot of guys on gold earlier, very early in the game, and he already had the Admiralty upgrade, whatever, which is the one that gives you those extra range that we were talking about. So yeah, it just means that his fish are just gonna be a bit better. That his ships are gonna be a bit better than Zushi's, and able to kind of kite. And as we see on this map, particularly with the water being so big and so long like this, it just gives you a lot of space to kite properly.
Yeah, the problem is when you stop your production on water, which Sassy just did because of all the idle time he's had. He also just loses you lose that focus, and then all of a sudden your opponent has more military ships than you. So right now, Core not investing as much just yet, but even idling those docks for a moment could mean the difference between winning or losing water. Now, he is here with his horsemen as well, trying to do some damage. We are following that king on that side, and it does look like the king is in danger, but he does get a villager kill himself. That king finally going down.
Yeah, the king is trapped and it goes down. And this is expensive because, obviously the first one is free and it's really good, but now he has to pay for it to get it back. And obviously you don't want to be paying for, I think it's 100, right? Yeah, it's pretty expensive.
Yeah. the king is a very versatile unit, which is why he's still making it. But you can see Core, instead of investing on the water as much, he is still doing so. He's getting some land units. And Sassy, on the other hand, he's making a very one-dimensional unit, which is horsemen. And the problem is Core has the direct counter to this. So now, if Sassy can win the water, this will be a lot easier for him. But we do see a little bit of a flanking here. And it looks like Core is going to try to flank, but you see that beautiful range just coming in and actually doing work. Beautiful micro by Sassy at the same time, but he needs to be careful. And Sassy is now looking for a connection. He might be getting it.
Very dangerous. Okay, he only gets one. He only gets one, so that's fine. But yeah, it's you know, Core being quite aggressive because he's definitely outnumbered there. He was definitely outnumbered there on water, but making it happen. But this is exactly why this map is so hard to play, because there's just things happening everywhere, and it's just so hard to keep track of the water and the land at the same time. These maps are absolutely wild to play.
And you guys can see, even for the observer, Yman, she's struggling doing two computers at the same time. And there are now ships coming from the top, ships coming from the back. Sassy getting some flanks in. A little bit disgusting, and at the same time, we just see some bodies on the floor on the other screen. Very nice.
Yeah, this is just getting very wild. But the military numbers are pretty equal. The economy numbers are pretty equal. So right now, it seems like we just have an even game, Yman.
I just want to point out, by the way, guys, the way EGC does this is with 2 people. So that's why it's not as smooth. But I will practice and I will get there. Now, it does look like Sassy's land aggression is looking a little better now. But Core, he's making more land units. And losing a horseman like that instantly shifts it again. Because now he keeps going in. And it does look like he is going to be able to take some trades, but the thing is that King also handles most of this aggression very well. And again, we need to look at the water and look at the land. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get my hands ready so I can click on all the fights at the same time and ensure that we have a little bit of a following. Very nice.
Yeah, you need like as much APM to observe as you need to play it, pretty much, huh?
Yeah, my mouse ran out of battery, so now it's wired, and that's why I'm struggling.
So wait, do you have one mouse in each hand?
Yes, I do have one mouse in each hand, actually.
That is actually pretty impressive.
The autism makes it a lot easier, I must say. I honestly didn't think it would benefit me, but oh my god, look at these guys go! And now the ships, they're being very, very aggressive. I can see that this is Core is now feeling like, okay, this is where I outplay him. I saw this earlier. Now, just look at that. The perfect micro from his ships. He's just able to turn them around and get a cheap shot every single time. We're following that King. We'll see where he lands. And now, Sassy is trying to gain on him. And it does look like he's able to. But the thing is, he's going straight past him. And the problem is, there are some sneaky boys coming from the back.
Ooh, I don't know. Oh, I guess he's seen it. He's got his arrow ships in the back there. Ooh.
He's got his own.
Okay. Yeah, no, these are. I thought these were cores for a bit. I think the orange and pink stuff is also a bit hard to see in water. Maybe I'm just scoping, but yes, that's a lot of ships coming in, and let's see if Core has the micro. Okay, keeps alive for now. This is just so hard to do. I don't know if people in chat have played those water maps, but this micro is actually super hard to do.
Yeah, making sure you put your ships in all the different control groups and you are able to do something about it. But look at that wood line. That wood line is getting harassed. We have some palace guards here, but Core is ready for that. And now the water is the third component. Guys, I need a third mouse and a third computer. But unfortunately, honestly, maybe I should set that up for tomorrow.
Wait, what? No. Can't you ask Beasty to do it? Doesn't he have a third computer in his room?
No, I actually do have a third computer in my room, Shuki. I'm actually prepped for this. Yeah.
What the? Crazy.
It is. It's a little bit wild. We're prepping for the apartment cup, ladies and gentlemen. But it does look like this is going to be a little bit of a shuffle. The sword junks, they are about to get busted on. If this... Never mind. Only one going down. But boys, we have vision on the King. A little bit scuffed at the moment. We're going to keep eyes on the ships. I'm going to micro the other mouse quickly. Give me a second, because there's another attack coming. There we go, now.
Yeah, we as we saw in the beautiful split screen there that you were doing, Core actually managed to get a lot of eco kills, and That's it. South just taps out because he just took too much damage on those raids.
And I've been saved yet again. That's why, by the guys, at the start of these games, you see me looking here, you see me looking there. It's all the different computers. So I don't actually have vision problems. This is just me trying to multitask. But yeah, I mean, we're up now. He's on match point, and when you look at the next matchup, we have Dry Arabia. Now, remember when I said Sassy is really comfortable on knights, and he's pretty good at those? Yeah, Core likes China. China, one of the best civilizations in the hands of Core, because Core he knows how to camp and then attack. He knows how to time that well. And honestly, I would like to see Sassy do something about that. Because when you have a civilization like French, those TC shots just hit extra hard because those knights take a lot of damage and they take a while to heal up, especially when you don't have chivalry already in your pocket. So Sassy, if he can micro these knights well, he will probably be fine, but we'll see if that's going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hop on in.
So, what do you think is the probability that we see a Barbican rush in this game?
In the hands of Core?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's pretty high, honestly. It does feel pretty high.
There's definitely, I would say, I don't know. I mean, it's French. I think Barbican rushing French is usually kind of hard. But I guess if they're greedy, if they go pro scout, sorry. I guess maybe there's a timing there where you can. But I mean, you know, Core is he's a Barbican rush enjoyer. I've seen him Barbican rush people a lot of times. We saw him burger rush earlier. So we know this guy loves his cheese, and he loves his a bit of dirty strategy.
Well, he is German, and the Germans are quite renowned for their love of cheese. So maybe that was what it was all along. And Sassy,
you know,
he's Turkish, so you know the style coming on through. He's just styling on people with them knights and the double scout apparently. Now, I just want to point out that there's an apple pie waiting to be baked. With all these berries out here. Look at all look at them apples, I wanted to say.
Beautiful apple pie. Okay.
So you got my message, right? The banana bread, apple pie.
Yeah, no, I get the message,
got it.
but okay. I think there's got to be a setting somewhere. I think on Discord maybe that like change something. No, but for real, because that doesn't make sense because I'm not changing anything. Like I don't know.
Now, I want to check out that second scout as well, boys. He does have 3, and obviously he was about to trail behind this guy. And yeah, we'll see if that's going to... Oh, and I realized the timing is a little ahead. Let me just catch up. I was a little bit too fast on the second computer, so I'm just catching up with it. Oh, there we go. Now, there we go. Perfectly timed. Now you do see what they're looking at. And ladies, let's go watch that. So now, Sassy with a double scout, he's going to be able to go pretty deep. Let's go check if he's actually going to get an advantage there. No, that's been cleaned up completely. Because Core also on a second scout, which I honestly did not notice until now. So both of these players definitely be snacking on some resources. Now we're going to be seeing what that situation looks into Feudal while the age up begins. School of Cavalry up with 5 with Wheelbarrow in the mix as well. Now seeing Wheelbarrow this early on spells out one thing. And one thing only. We are not going to be seeing some sneaky professional scouts that quickly. Because with the knights, you are able to shut down pro scouts pretty fast. But we'll see if Sassy queues up a knight or goes for pro scouts and just defies whatever I say.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine he's going to go for a knight, right? Most likely. That's the standard play. But we've seen a bunch of people. Actually, he opened 2 scout there. I was not expecting that, to be honest. They both opened 2 scout. So that tells me that they might not actually be going for pro scout at all.
It does feel that way, right? A lot of people, they do leave the 2 on gold to be able to get an Imperial official or 2. But from there on, look at how quickly that gold increases. That's the problem. By this point, they already have pretty much a lot when it comes to having enough for the pro scouts. But with double scout as well, it does feel like a little bit of a waste to let that go. Now, I want to point out to you guys, when he does this to the mining camp, it doesn't just delay, or it doesn't just get a villager idle to start repairing this. It takes a lot of wood. And this will, in turn, ensure that Sass, if he wanted to go for Pro Scout, that he won't be able to do it so easily. So this is actually a pretty big brain play here by Core. Now Core, he does not have anything extra on the goal here, but you do see him queuing up another Imperial official. But honestly, I would not be surprised if he goes for a responsible professional scout, because he still has a lot of gold in the bank. But Barracks is the choice first.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they will, but I mean, it could be just a delayed one. I'm, you know, there's still a world in which we see a good old Barbican rush. That is not out of the question, because I know I've seen when Core does it, he usually does like some spears, you know, maybe like 5, 6, 7 spears, and then he pulls the vills and he does it. So we'll have to see.
And he also just lost his scout. So maybe you're right. You see Sassy also now getting his mining upgrade. So no professional scouts going for Mr. Sass either. But we will be following the story of this knight.
There's a professional scout coming from Core though. So he will be snacking. I think that kind of makes the probability of a Barbican rush a bit lower. I'm a bit sad, to be honest. I haven't seen a Barbican rush in quite a while, so.
You were hoping for one.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for it, you know. Hey, it's fun when you watch it, but it's not as fun when you're the receiver of it.
The reason it would also be very risky in this scenario is because you're playing against a civilization with knights, and it does feel a little iffy to sacrifice that to knights. But getting the spears in a position like this does feel a little bit safer while you try and make something happen, while they go for their archer transition, because that's usually what we get out of French at this point. Now we see another 2 knights in queue. Sassy is producing them, and he's running into the spears at the back. Does not find any damage just yet.
Yeah, and Sassy is actually doing a professional knight there. He's pushing the deer with his knight and his scouts. So this is like, yes, a new variation of the build that I haven't seen yet. But yeah, why not?
Professional knights, apparently, the new professional scouts. They could be quite effective at scaring away any counterattacks as well. Very nice. Now, Core does start to do the professional scouting. We do see him pick up a few of the boys, but this is something that Sassy needs to spot. The thing is, he's going for double archery range behind this, and as we see the villagers split, and then Knight still running for his life, trying to cause a little bit of idle time. It does feel like Sassy is going to be able to utilize the pro scouts pretty well. One of the knights finally going down to a nice little kebab surround by the spears. And that knight's journey has ended.
Yeah, I guess this is the end of the pro knight. But yeah, pretty good. I mean, that was a pretty decent deer spawn from Sass, and by sacrificing pro scout in a way, he gets a bit of a better tempo now because that's a very expensive upgrade. He didn't have to invest into. So let's see now if he can capitalize and maybe try and shut down a Core's pro scout.
Now it does feel, oh yeah, Sassy knows. Sassy has spotted it through the fog of war, seeing those scouts jump around. And he's going for a little bit of a harassment. But the problem is those spears can make this very expensive. Again, taking a lot of damage here. And this is honestly, even though it doesn't look like it's much. Oof, beautiful charge here. It can add up quickly.
Point blank charge.
And losing a scout.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
He definitely is going to struggle against the knight numbers, because we can now see Core getting some horses in between this as well to chase down those low HP knights. He does stop one of these scouts, but another one of his scouts might go down. This does feel very expensive, even though it's just damage and the knights aren't going down just yet.
Yeah, that's a pretty good destroyed value from Sass already. It was slightly ahead now, so it looks like he's been taking decent trades. But yeah, and this is what's so good about Knight. He's just making him run around, right? But Core has entered with his own horsemen, and as a French enjoyer myself, it is really annoying when you get traded back. You just want to be the one doing the raiding, You're like spending so much attention trying to not lose your knights left and right, and so
you usually don't have much attention left for your own economy. So if you don't like playing versus French, being the one raiding back is usually a pretty good way to deal with it.
And you can see he knew exactly about that archer timing. And the archer timing just told him, hey, man, it's time for me to go. And that perfectly intercepted the first set of art. I believe it was one archer. Let me do that. We'll check that. But losing an archer like that pretty early on, it sets the tone, right? Because now he's already professionally scouted the rest of it. And he's going Imperial Palace. While Sassy, on the other hand, he's nowhere close to going for Castle. And Core, his army is not going to allow Sassy to do so.
Yeah, this is actually I'm actually really quite amazed by the timing of the Castle Age there, because of course military numbers are not bad. So yeah, he's really able, and he's those horses are giving him so much space because. And now he's raiding with Pierce, but yeah, all of that, and he's the one being greedy, but he's putting the pressure. So right now, Core is playing this wonderfully.
And Core might even be able to get this. Oh, he's going to get this tower down. Those spearmen are doing so much work. We see the villagers desperately trying to repair them. And even if they do, this is going to be a tough point. You can see the yoinks have successfully happened. The knights are going to run right through them. And you can see... Oh, we can see that there is going to be a little bit of a distraction. Horsemen still counter-raiding as well. And honestly, a few of these deer going with... I say a few, but it feels like all of them except for one got yoinked. And now this is... Oh, never mind. There's two left. Two left and one dropped along the way. But that definitely did its damage already. And Sassy, he's making more knights. He's actually doubling down in Feudal.
Yeah, and I mean, and obviously this was really good sequence from Core there, who bought himself so much time, but it wasn't, it did cost some army. He lost a lot of military there with those raids, and so now Sass has a bit of a window to try and punish him for it, because Core's military numbers are not looking that great, but he's Castle Age and he gets to make knights.
Yeah, the thing is, Sassy now getting a ranged armor here is not helping his case, because now with these lances, they're just going to keep going through everything. He's got +1 ranged attack, but the problem is, it's just not going to help killing these. And now Core just going for more lances. So with these archers, they might get that little bit of defense as well, but it's going to be so hard against a huge army of lances, and Castle Age lances at that, to try and shut this down. But Sassy, he trusts in the French knights. You can see he's letting those boys heal up. But the problem is, he's very low on food.
Yeah, but that was a beautiful micro from Sass that he has a lot of very low HP knights that he managed to keep alive. So this is really good. But that is another very nice raid on the goal from Core.
And getting 4 villagers total by now is definitely something Core is feeling happy about. Another one that will go down, and now Core is ahead in villagers, even though he's in Tang Dynasty, so it feels pretty crazy to say that against French, right? Because with French, you're so used to seeing them be ahead because of that faster villager production as well. Now, the Imperial officials also count towards that number, but still, that's a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, definitely, and this is the thing with French is they don't really have any pure bonus eco, right? Like their villagers are just normal. Their bonus eco is having more villagers than the opponent, and so when you're actually behind as French, it really doesn't feel good. And what's even worse is when you're he's actually losing villagers. When you're the French guy with the knights, you're usually the one that is doing the damage. And oh my god, yeah, and that was a really good engagement from Core, and he just cleans up the entire army.
Yeah, that was a pretty good game here from Core. Core actually showing us that German cheese was not necessary. He could just do it in a straight-up game. So, definitely well played by Core. And yes, guys, because of that, let's go quickly take a look at the bracket and see what it looks like. So, we will...
Oops, sorry, go for it.
Oh, no, go for it.
No, I was just honestly quite impressed by Core's performance that last game here, because that was it's not easy playing versus French, and he just showed us how to do it.
Well, he showed us how to forfeit the next round right after as well, because Lucifron will be going ahead. Core just came in with style points. He took down Sassy and he was like, alright, Lucifron, I'm not facing off against you, sir. So, Core W, starting out with a big W, then going into a Core L. Core won't be able to make it this weekend, so he had to forfeit the Lucifron match. But for the rest of it, you guys can see the bracket is pretty much still stacked. What I wanted to point out here is Deniskaya taking down Starflock. So next up is going to be Numadan and Deniskaya. We'll be casting a few of these matches tomorrow, and that is going to be a little bit of a, you know, shenanigan between all these boys. We see in the quarterfinals already Kiljardi and Valdemar coming through. Would really love to see the Kiljardi-Valdemar game, because Kiljardi is a player who's so aggressive. And I feel like Valdemar can punish that pretty well. So definitely a pretty good match if they're the ones that make it through. We'll see what Myriad and Eliona have to say about that. But CSO as well. Valdemar has a pretty big opponent waiting for him. Now, guys, most of these matches will be taking place tomorrow. We did ask the players to play in their own time. So some of these matches from the round of 16 are already done and some are only being played tomorrow. So we will be catching those tomorrow night. So thank you for all the raids today. We got Anachat, we just got Valdemar as well. But boys, it's a little bit late, ladies and gentlemen. I am cooked. I'm a little bit dead. And I need to get ready for tomorrow because I'm going to be on the cast and then on the production buttons non-stop. So this is going to be a little bit of a shenanigan. So ladies and gents, I will be going off the lines and we'll be sending you guys over to the next person. So Shuki, do you have anything to say to Twitch chat?
Yeah, I mean, it was super nice to be here. And a pretty long cast. I'm pretty cooked as well, but I had lots of fun. So thank you for inviting me, Yman, and yeah, looking forward to the games tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I'm a little bit monka-esque about seeing those big names go up against one another and seeing us knocking down people, because this is the last spot for the LAN, guys, and I don't want to jinx it. If some of our players don't get visas in time, though, the second place match is going to be very important. So give it your all, even if you feel like, hey, this is not going to be for me. Just be ready. We have a lot of people waiting for visas, and potentially 2 of the players as well. So guys, play your hearts out. There might be a slot. We'll see, but hopefully everybody gets their visas, including me. I'm still waiting for mine. So yeah, feel strong, man. Anachad, he's one of the boys waiting for the visa. But depending on who qualifies tomorrow, they need to get one as well. So we definitely have some names that will need to fight for this as well. So, anyway, guys, I'm going to be sending you boys over. Let me see. I've given... I've rated my aces the last few times. Let's go send you guys over to Mr. Drow. Okay, he's a wholesome man. No mold. So, definitely opposite of my stream, yeah. Have fun, guys. I'll see you... Oh, I need to wait for it to go. I'll see you guys tomorrow for one match on the caster desk, and then I will be on the button desk only. So, I'll see you guys next time. Have fun. Thanks again, and catch you boys later.
Bye.